Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, May 9th, 2023. We are calling the meeting to order at 5:02. If you can please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Here.
Mrs. Assif,
Here.
Mrs. Caforio, Mr. Collins, Dr. Henry,
Here.
Mrs. Hassler,
Here.
and Mrs. Troutman.
Here. 5 board members present, 2 absent. If I can have a motion to go into closed session.
I move that the Board of Education moved into closed session for the purpose of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. B, security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, a threatened, or a reasonably potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property. 5 ILCS 122C8. C, student disciplinary cases. 5 ILCS 122C9. D, discussion on minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.065 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second. Motion by Ms. Troutman and second by Mrs. Hassler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Assif,
Yes.
Dr. Henry, Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion passes. The board will move into closed session. Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, May 9th. The board has been in closed session for items listed on the agenda since 5:02 p.m. We have 7 board members present and 0 absent. At this time, I ask that we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. We apologize for our delay, and we are so happy to have so many visitors with us here today to help us move through our spotlights and recognition portion of the board meeting. We have many students and staff to be proud of here with us tonight, and we're first going to start off with the spotlight on Churchville Middle School.
Good evening. I am Gina Pogue-Breeder, the very proud principal of Churchville Middle School, and I'm very happy to be here with Mrs. Paula Meltz, who is a veteran Churchville teacher, PE teacher, for the past 31 years. We are very excited to showcase a very special club that we have at Churchville, which is a partnership with Elmhurst University called the Blue Jay Adventure Club. And we think that you will see tonight that this club really aligns to the mission of D205. And you will see within our presentation how children are educated, engaged, and empowered, as well as how we have tied it directly to the strategic priorities. You will see that all 4 of the strategic priorities are captured within this one very special club.
Okay. The Blue Jay Adventure Camp is a cooperative program between Churchville and Elmhurst University. It began as a grant that the university got, and it was part of, they had to have a culturally diverse group that their PE majors would work with one of the elementary schools or middle schools in the district. We fit all the criteria for the acceptance of that, and we also had the other part of my group from Elmhurst University. Her husband actually student taught at Churchville. So we had an in that respect that we could work on that, and he really liked what he saw there, so right away they accepted us as part of that. The club runs for 12 weeks in the fall after school. We invite 6th graders to be part of it because they cannot be part of any other interscholastic sport except for cross country. The Elmhurst College students come to Churchville after school and they teach a lesson. And there's a whole bunch of course objectives. So they give the course objective before they start the lesson. They teach the students. And then at the end of the lesson, the middle schoolers work with the college kids who reflect on the lesson, and they evaluate, as teachers, we evaluate the Elmhurst College students. So we fill out an evaluation form after every lesson, and then they can reflect on their teaching. The ratio is approximately 12 Elmhurst University students to 25 Churchville students. Okay, some of the objectives is to demonstrate understanding for motor skills, demonstrate responsibility for personal and social behaviors, demonstrate the ability to use effective interpersonal skills, demonstrate the ability to use decision-making, goal-setting, risk-taking, and problem-solving skills, and demonstrate the understanding of respect and differences. This is all part of Project Lead, or it's like a project adventure. This is their objectives, and that's the book that they use. Now, the university started out as this was an elective class. Now, through the years, it has evolved into an actual class. So the students who are going into physical education actually have to take Kinesiology 440. And that builds on middle school and secondary education. Each year, the students who are selected, who take the class, they can come back to Churchville, and they can work on observations, they can do some of their clinical work. It also leads to a middle school endorsement, which helps physical education in general. over the 3 middle schools in Elmhurst, we have hosted over 15 student teachers. And currently, today, there are 3 former members who actually are employed here in District 205.
And we see so many benefits. When speaking with the associate professor of the Department of Education at Elmhurst University, she said, the Blue Jay Adventure Club has been a wonderful collaboration with Elmhurst University physical education candidates and Churchville Middle School. The program has run since the fall of 2012 and provides a unique opportunity for university students to work with middle school students in the after-school setting. The university students plan lessons based on teaching responsibility, cooperative learning, and adventure education using a variety of physical activities as a hook to engage middle school students. Paula Meltz invites students and offers guidance to the university students who are learning to hone their pedagogy skills. Oof. This has provided an invaluable experience for our students, and we hope it continues for years. This is the 10th anniversary year. And one of our very own, as you will see here, is a former John Gruchot, is a current Churchville PE teacher. He started out as a Elmhurst University, then college student, and he was a Blue Jay Club leader. And then he was a student teacher. But as a former college student, I was part of the Blue Jay Adventure program. This program provided me with an authentic learning experience when working with middle school students. Students involved in the program learned how to demonstrate effective interpersonal skills, demonstrate responsible personal and social behaviors, and allowed for students to respect others' differences. Above all, this program introduced me to Churchville community that I have been happy to call home for the past 9 years. And I have one more that didn't quite make it in, but I think it really said it all. I talked to one of our current 6th graders, and he gave me permission to share what he wanted to let you all know about this program that he went through in the fall. And his name is Solomon. And I asked Solomon what he liked about Blue Jay Adventure Club. And just to paint a really good picture of Solomon, I want to describe the scene because it really does set the tone. He sat back in the chair in my office, and he closed his eyes, and he crossed his legs, and he leaned back and put both hands behind his head. And he thought momentarily and said, "My favorite part was getting more activity into my day. I like to move a lot." And then I asked Solomon what he liked about working with Elmhurst University students. Again, he paused and thought before saying, "My favorite part of working with the teachers at camp was that they always listened to my crazy stories." And they were crazy. This is middle school, you know? And then my final question to Solomon asked him what he learned about Blue Jay Adventure Club. And Solomon said, "Well, I am a self-directed learner, so I guess I learned to deal with working in groups more." He did state that he would definitely recommend Blue Jay Adventure Club to all future 6th graders. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sounds like a wonderful opportunity in partnership with Elmhurst University, and the benefits for both them and our students are tremendous. So thanks for keeping that going. I appreciate all your hard work in maintaining that relationship for our kids. Moving on, where we have next is the PTA Reflections competition, and Beth Hostler will present. So anyone who's here to be recognized for PTA Reflections, can you please step forward? Right up here, and you're going to come up to the center part right here. There, oh, come on up. There you go. Hi, Rowan. Just stand in the middle and turn around. There you go.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for being here. So the National PTA has a longstanding commitment to arts education, and the Reflections program provides opportunities for over 300,000 students from pre-K through grade 12 every year to create original works of art in response to a student-chosen theme. This year, the theme was Show Your Voice. So I have some students up here who participated in the program. We're really thankful to our PTA representatives who make this program possible in District 205. And I'm going to read a proclamation about their efforts and everything they did. So, whereas Elmhurst District 205 K through 12 students, artists, who participated and shared their talent in this year's PTA Reflections program. The Reflections program is unique in that it challenges our students to internalize a theme and then asks for their interpretation in any of 6 categories: dance choreography, film production, literature, music composition, photography, visual arts. And whereas 9 Elmhurst District 205 students will be recognized at the state level, and 3 of these students will be advancing to the national competition, and whereas advancing to the nationals, Kennedy Burklau, elementary school student at Hawthorne Elementary, for her entry in the dance choreography category. Rowan Hoppy, thank you, middle school student at Sandburg Middle School, for her entry The Spark in the literature category. Joel Adams, high school student at York Community High School, for his entry A Basketball Boy Tale in the literature category. And whereas honorable mentions were given to Ava Valurato, help me out, is she here? Ava? No. Valuratil, middle school student at Bryan Middle School, for her entry I Am Unstoppable in the dance choreography category. Jack Wilson, elementary school student at Lincoln Elementary, for his entry Muteness in the film production category. Zach Smith, elementary school student at Jackson Elementary, for his entry Different Beats in the music category. Hannah Murphy, middle school student at Bryan Middle School, for her entry Don't Hold In the music category. Sophia Taglia, elementary school student at Hawthorne Elementary, for her entry Stand Up for Yourself in the photography category. Mackenzie Peterson, high school student at York Community High School, for her entry Spill in the visual arts category. And whereas this accomplishment brings pride and prestige to District 205 and the community of Elmhurst. And now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, PTA, and faculty members for this outstanding accomplishment. Congratulations to all of you. Great job. Okay. We're going to take a photo. You guys can stay right there. Get real close. If there's any parents that want to everybody get pictures? Okay, great.
And as you're honored, we really appreciate all of the celebration. The room is a little it a little jammed, so if you would like to leave, please feel free. You don't have to stay for the whole recognition once you're honored, okay? Thank you. Next on our list is the Illinois Math and Science Academy Junior High School Math Contest. If you are here to be recognized for the IMSA Math Contest, come on up to the front. Come on up, yep.
Okay. We good? Okay. All right. I'm going to do my best at pronouncing all of your names. So, whereas the Bryan math team took 4th place overall at the IMSA Junior High School Math Contest held at the Illinois Math and Science Academy in Aurora, where 7 schools and 100 students competed in this year's contest. And whereas Ari Shupaj tied for 7th place out of all of the 7th graders, and whereas Emma Brathen tied for 8th place out of all of the 8th graders, and whereas the 8th grade team competition took 4th place overall and consisted of Emma Brathen, Madeline Brathen, Josh Reddick, and Ryan Schwager, and whereas these 2 teams earned the 3rd highest score in creative thinking contest. The first team consisted of Jamie Lower and Emma Brathen, and the second team consisted of Kendall Ives and Amelia Schoaf. And whereas these accomplishments bring pride and prestige to Bryan Middle School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and the faculty members for these outstanding achievements. Congrats.
And if you can all just wait right there, we're going to follow up with the Illinois Math League honoring for Bryan and Churchville Middle Schools.
We have a lot to celebrate with these math students, and that's fantastic. So I'm here to honor these students for Bryan Middle School hosted the annual Illinois Mathematics League competition for various students. Bryan Middle School had 113 students participate in the contest, and Churchville Middle School had over 60 students participate in the contest. That's fantastic. All right, so I'm going to start in on these names, and this is a challenge, so I'm just going to apologize in the beginning. So whereas these students were ranked in the top places for 6th grade from Bryan Middle School, Henry Gal, 5th place, Elias Samuel, 4th place, Jackson Bissell, 4th place, Lincoln Hoger, 3rd place, John Callahan, 1st place, Evan Moy, 1st place, Austin Monroe, 4th place, Connor Hanna, 4th place, Jaden Curvnoma, thank you, 2nd place, Marshall O'Henley, 2nd place, Joey Pointon, 1st place, whereas these students were ranked in the top places for 7th grade. Jake Tebbins, 5th place, Lucy Yervosky, thank you. 5th place, I probably still didn't get it right. Mustafa Mir, 5th place. Sahana Pandaya, 4th place. Assad Jelani, 3rd place. Sean Gibbons, 2nd place. Jamie Lauer, 1st place. Patrick Byrne, 3rd place. Matea DeGeorgevec, 3rd place. PJ Evangelonis, 3rd place, Sam Hill, 2nd place, and Ava Weinenbrenner, 1st place. And whereas these students were ranked in the top places for 8th grade, Will Kellum, 5th place, Enzo Nardini, 5th place, Alex Padgett, 5th place, Ryan Schwager, 5th place. Tyler Moy, 4th place. Josh Reddick, 3rd place. Will Huber, 2nd place. Madeline Brathen, 1st place. Aiden Hernandez Martinez, 5th place. Vivian Lowe, 3rd place. David Taub, 3rd place. Raya Olasa, 2nd place. And Hayden Chan, 1st place. And whereas Churchville student Joey Poynton also tied for 8th place with the 3rd highest score in the state and tied for 3rd place with the 2nd highest score in DuPage County. And whereas Churchville student Hayden Chan tied for 2nd place in the state and had the highest score in DuPage County, and also tied for 8th place with the 3rd highest score in the state, and tied for 3rd place with the 2nd highest score in DuPage County. Wow. I would say that our future here is looking bright with all these math students. So whereas these accomplishments bring pride and prestige to both Bryan Middle School and to Churchville Middle School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and faculty members for these outstanding achievements. Congratulations and very, very well done. You know what, Heather? Are they These are all.
On 3, ready? 1, 2, 3. I think I can see everyone's faces. Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Now they're looking. I know. Look over here and smile. Lots to be proud of. It's amazing. Okay, so if you participated in the EMSA, your folder's here, and then the Mathematics League competition is here. You come get your folder and then go around and shake everybody's hand. Okay? Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congrats. Congrats.
Nice work.
Okay, just another reminder, if you are exiting, that's great. We do have more guests who are going to join for the recognition, so we appreciate your help with managing the number of people in the room. The back door looks like it's best because the front one's a little blocked in case you need that kind of guidance. Thank you. And so next on the agenda is the Illinois Association of Junior High Student Council, which is unfortunately going to be postponed, but because of an athletic commitment and reschedule. Rain took the best of us, and so we'll move this one out to a future board meeting. That means next is the FCCLA state competition. Wendy Elbert is here to say a few words, and before she starts with a Miss Asaf following her, if we can have those students come to the front. This is the FCCLA state competition.
All right, good evening. I'm Wendy Albert, and I have Lori Christ and Abby Teston with me as well. We are family and consumer science teachers and FCCLA advisors at York High School. I'd like to thank the school board and Dr. Campbell for the opportunity to honor our 2023 state competitors for FCCLA this year. I would also like to thank Dr. Bagdasarian, Drew McGuire, Activity Director, and the York leadership team for supporting career and technical education opportunities, as well as family and consumer science opportunities for our students at York. I also would like to thank all the parents here this evening for supporting your students, probably with some late night supply runs, early morning baking going on for some of the competitors. So thank you, parents, for supporting your students as well. The Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America organization is made up of over 200,000 students enrolled in family and consumer sciences classes nationwide. These students are committed to personal growth, to leadership development, and career preparation. Within FCCLA, students can participate in various competitions related to their specific career aspirations or areas of interest. Our students have definitely embraced the chance to extend their learning beyond the FCS classroom by learning about FCS career pathways and participating in competitions in areas including culinary arts and hospitality management, early childhood education, fashion design, and interior design.
This year, we had 20 state competitors competing in 13 different family and consumer sciences related events. The students brought home 8 gold medals, 11 silver medals, and 1 bronze medal. All of the students' names, competitions, and medal status will be read in the official proclamation in just a moment. I would like to take a minute to recognize the students who received special distinctions or advanced to the national level in their competitions. First, we had 6 students who, in addition to their medal, received the most outstanding in the whole state. Pretty big deal. Distinction in their state events. This designates the student with the top competition project in their category in the state. So our most outstanding winners include Madeline Valesky in apparel construction and formal wear, Nicole Jarek in cookie decorating, Mackenzie Sapanik in fondant cake decorating for the 2nd year in a row, Diego Yepes in professional career image, Bryce Shelton in relish tray, and Alice Moyle in salad production.
Okay, and then in addition to our most outstanding students, we have a group of students who have qualified to advance to the national level for their competitions. Students who participate in national star events and place in the top 2 for their event at the state level, or the top 3 in culinary arts or baking and pastry, are eligible to compete at nationals. We had 5 students who were named national delegates for the 2023 National Conference and will be traveling to Denver, Colorado this summer to compete against students from across the country. National delegates, if you'll step forward when I call your name: Max Rallo, Evie Rios, Maddie Saltiel, Emma Dowdy, and Sylvia Eastman. Max Rallo, Max Rallo and Evie Rios will be competing in baking and pastry arts. Maddie Saltiel will be competing in interior design, and Emma Dowdy and Sylvia Eastman will be competing in repurpose and redesign. Congratulations to all of our FCCLA competitors on their hard work this year, and best of luck to the students competing at nationals in Denver, Colorado this summer.
This is the thank you. The proclamation. Whereas the Family Career Community Leaders of America, FCCLA, thank you, is a career and technical student organization and provides personal growth, leadership development, and career preparation opportunities for students in family and consumer sciences courses. And whereas students developed presentations, demonstrated skills, and showcased knowledge in areas including nutrition, fashion, food production and design, children's literature, interior design, and professional careers. And whereas the FCCLA State Leadership Conference was held in Springfield, Illinois in April, and the following York Community High School students earned top positions in their competition categories: Gold, Nicole Jarek; Gold, Olivia Jarek; Gold, Mia Radke; Gold, Mackenzie Shapanik; Gold, Audrey Jeffrey; Gold, Diego Yepes; Gold, Bryce Chelton; Gold, Alice Moyle; Silver, Max Rallo; Silver, Evelyn Rios; Silver, Tegan Roach; Silver, Colin York; Silver, Juliet Brunk; Silver, Maddie Saltiel; Silver, Emma Dowdy; Silver, Sylvia Eastman; Silver, Madeline Valesky; Silver, Madeline Brooks; Silver, Peyton Stanley; and Bronze, Alana Jantz. And whereas the following students receive the most outstanding distinction, which denotes that in addition to the student's medal status, they have one of the top projects for their categories in the state of Illinois: Nicole Jarek, Mackenzie Shapanik, Diego Yepes, Bryce Chelton, Alice Moyle, and Madeline Valesky. Whereas Max Rallo, Evelyn Rios, Maddie Saltiel, Emma Dowdy, and Sylvia Eastman qualified to advance to the National FCCLA Leadership Conference in Denver, Colorado. And whereas these accomplishments bring pride, prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, and the faculty of the Family and Consumer Sciences Department for these outstanding achievements. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you. And last but certainly not least, we have the Honor Flight Chicago Operation Education Recognition of Guardian Status earned for Churchville, Sandburg, and Field Schools. If you can please step forward. And once our Honor Flight representative presents the award, we do just have, Ms. Caforio will share a few words after, okay?
Good evening. I'd like to thank the board for allowing us time to speak tonight and honor 3 of the District 205 schools. My name is Peter Ritchie. I'm co-director for Honor Flight Chicago's Operation Education team and a member of the Honor Flight Chicago Board of Trustees. Honor Flight Chicago opens its 15th season tomorrow with our 107th flight and a very special milestone. Aboard this flight will be the 10,000th senior war hero we have transported to our nation's capital for a life-changing day of honor, thanks, and inspiration. Honor Flight Chicago is the largest hub in a nationwide network of more than 125 hubs and is the first to reach the 10,000 veteran threshold. This flight will include 3 members of the Elmhurst community, along with the 46 previous members, and we have 16 currently on the wait list to fly, some later this summer and some in the following years. Today we have Sandberg teaching assistant and Honor Flight Chicago alum Howard Fry to help us honor the 3 schools. Howard served on the USS Chicago from January 1972 to December 1973. He has received the Combat Action Ribbon, the Naval Unit Commendation, Vietnam Service Medal, National Defense Service Medal, and the Republic of Vietnam Service Medal. Yeah. We also have Miss Abby Mertz, currently a sophomore at York High School and member of our Operation Climb High School team. She has quickly become a leader on the team with her dedication and service. She is also responsible for the Operation Education Climb logo that is on the banner we will be presenting. We'd like to invite our 3 school representatives, Dr. Reeder, Ms. Gumbach, and Ms. Murphy. Sorry, I went to Kate. These 3 schools have made significant contributions to the Honor Flight Chicago mission in raising between the Operation Education 5K and school fundraising enough to send at least 1 guardian or 1 veteran per school on a day of honor. No veteran will ever pay for their flight. So these 3 schools have all, I think we actually have enough for 5 veterans between the 3 schools. So this is the inaugural year of our Guardian Banner presentation, and Elmhurst has 3 out of the 10 schools that earned the status, so something to be proud of there. We hope that following years we can add more of the schools and continue these 3 on the path. So thank you so much to the schools, the community, and District 205 for your support with our mission. And Mr. Fry would like to say a couple words to the board.
One thing that every member of the military looks forward to is mail call. And on our return to Chicago from Washington, D.C., we were given a package that contains letters from the faculty and the students, and I have saved those until this day. They're not going to go away. I deeply appreciate everything that Honor Flight has done for me, and it was quite an honor to go with them. Thank you.
So hang on just a minute. I just want to say thank you to all of you from each school who help. I know this is, kind of above and beyond to get this to happen, but Mr. Ritchie, I know that you never want this to be about you, but for those of us that have been around a long time, which is now me, it's taken over a decade of you doing this work for veterans. And it started with a little assembly at Churchville that now has rippled into assemblies at other schools, into Honor Flight at other schools, and teaching our kids something that's bigger than them and about others and about history and about giving back. And I just think that, your efforts that I know go above and beyond anything that's required of you, I want to say thank you and recognize that you do it selflessly. And our kids in this district and our people in this district are better for it. So I just wanted to say thank you for the years and years of work on this.
We'll have a little photo opportunity. There you go. Okay. So item 5 on the agenda is the public hearing. This public hearing is being held for the transfer of $7 million from the Education Fund to the Operations and Maintenance Fund, then to the Capital Projects Fund. We are now formally declaring this hearing open at 7:53 p.m. Mr. Welton, can you give us an overview of the item for the hearing?
I can, thank you. The Elmhurst School District 205 community approved a referendum for $168.5 million to fund the rebuilding and renovation of aging school buildings, including the two oldest schools, Lincoln and Field Elementary School. During the construction process, there were additional needs identified and brought to the board as additional construction items that were beyond the original scope of the referendum budget, which was determined back prior to the November 2018 election. The district will make 3 transfers of $7 million to the Capital Projects Fund. This is the first transfer, which has been planned for over a year and was included in the 2022-23 budget and the 5-year financial projections. Elmhurst School District 205 continues to invest in the community by investing in their school buildings. The following are adjustments to the referendum scope to address additional facility needs and provide additional capacity for students. The biggest on the list is the Field School, where we increased building capacity from a 3-section school to a 4-section school to accommodate increases in enrollment. Fisher, we added a main office addition to accommodate secure entrance renovation, added a 6th classroom restroom addition for increased program enrollment. At Jackson, we added a media center addition, 2 classroom additions. Jefferson, we added a media center addition. Bryan and Emerson, there was a need for additional water detention required for previous building additions in accordance with the city and DuPage County stormwater management guidance. And we added new site light poles and replaced the playground. The York track, we added a replacement of a sub-base to the proper track standards, asphalt to full depth replacement, and additional underground drainage. At the York Stadium field turf replacement, we upgraded to cool turf infill and added the Duke logo. At Hawthorne, we had masonry tuck pointing, which were estimates based on the 2012 building condition assessment. Additional deterioration was identified and repaired. And the York Natatorium HVAC, we increased ventilation by 30% and added dehumidification and added a dehumidification system. At the Transition Center, we added a building fire sprinkler system, installed a new water main, removed unidentified underground heating oil storage tank, and we removed unsuitable, unforeseen contaminated soils, and we added a kitchen egress door. And so those are the additional items that were beyond the scope for this $7 million transfer, which will be made from the education fund to the operation maintenance fund and then on to the capital projects fund.
Thanks, Mr. Wilton. I just want to reiterate that if the community is interested in looking at the board's work on our progress towards establishing this plan and making this decision, they can refer back to many finance committee meetings where this was discussed in great detail, and then also quite a few board meetings over the course of the last 2 years with these in-depth discussions of this specific transfer. So with that, we do have 2 public comments and anyone else who would like to speak. So turning it over to Secretary Troutman.
Just to confirm that these are comments regarding the public hearing. The first on the public hearing comments list is Marcy Walker.
Good evening, everyone. Do I use the mic? I don't think I need it. Would you like me to? Hi, this is Marcy Walker. I am a parent of 2 students who attend Jefferson Elementary. I'm here along with several other parents from our school, and the reason that there are not more people here is because we have a simultaneous PTA meeting. And many of the parents who are attending that meeting are there because our principal, Lori Sweeney, is making an
Ms.
announcement.
Walker, I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Sure.
This public comments section is for the public hearing regarding the transfer of the money into the funds. Public comments for other items are after this hearing is closed.
Okay.
So can I add you to
Can I
the
ask
other
you-
list?
Yes, can I ask one question about it, though?
Of course.
So
We can-
in the proposal to allocate funds for our school, there was supposed to be a change in the ventilation HVAC system, and I don't know if that happened. Can you answer that question?
So at this time, public comments we'll take your question, we can follow up with you. It's not practice for the board to reply to questions from public comments. So we'll put you on the list for the next section of public comments, and we'll follow up with you to answer your question about the HVAC at Jefferson, okay?
Could you possibly tell us when we should speak or give us some more information about procedure? Because I've never been at one of these.
Sure, totally.
Okay.
So right now, we're in a public hearing, which is not it's not during every public board meeting, but we are in the middle of a public hearing related to a specific item, and that's the transfer of funds as outlined on the agenda. For open public comment related to additional board agenda items, that will be next. I'll let you know when your name is called, okay? All right, thank you. And then,
Next person is Nancy Horwitz. Same?
same
Okay.
thing? Okay, Nancy, we'll add you on the
And there
next
are no
one.
further public comments.
Any further public comments on the fund transfer in the audience? Okay. Hearing none. Hearing no public comments, we now declare this hearing closed at 8 PM. Okay. Now, item 6 on the agenda, general public comments. There will be up to 30 minutes allocated for public comments, with up to 3 minutes per public comment speaker concerning items on this agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens or representatives of other public agencies. A reminder to our guests here this evening, we ask that you remain respectful at all times, and please do not mention names of employees. The board secretary will give you a reminder when you have 30 seconds left, and if we can please begin with our first speaker, Courtney.
First speaker is Elizabeth Collins.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Collins. I have a third grader at Edison Field. In case not everybody has a chance to talk today, I wanted for everyone that stands here for the freedom to read and literacy for all to show you our numbers with their signs. Thank you. I'm reading for you a statement from my cousin who teaches at an area high school. I've taught American Street to my heavily immigrant class. I'm shorter than the last speaker. Several years in a row. It is a valuable way to provide a rigorous literature experience, something all students deserve. At the same time, it acknowledges the life experiences of the particular students in front of me. The book is beautifully written in a way that the teens can relate to. However, the one aspect that many connect with is the idea of identity itself, the juxtaposition of the new immigrants with first and second generation immigrants is a major theme, as Fabiola struggles to fit in with her new community. Opening up my class to discussions around this sensitive topic, and including writing prompts, allows students to express their feelings while also learning the skills needed to be proficient in reading, writing, and comprehension. A book like this that addresses some of the trauma that the students have been through while also teaching characterization, theme, and analysis is a big win to me. That concludes her remarks. So, board, I want you to ask, who is behind the push to remove American Street and other books from Elmhurst classrooms? Is it people with our kids' best interests at heart? Dan Proft wants D205 not to teach American Street. He is responsible for the misinformation publication DuPage Policy Journal. Lori Higgins wants D205 not to teach American Street. She is a writer for the Illinois Family Institute, a Southern Poverty Law Center designated hate group. Jean Ives wants D205 not to teach American Street. Her organization disparages public schools and wants to direct public dollars to private selective religious schools. These people and other like them do not represent Elmhurst, and they don't have my son and other kids' best interest in mind. You cannot accept these concerns about age appropriateness at face value.
30 seconds.
You have an obligation to be discerning. I'm also asking you to stand up to the pedophile or groomer label that is being hurled at teachers. Actual crimes against children are a serious matter, and we risk rendering these words meaningless. People who throw such labels in this context should be given zero credibility when it comes to making educational choices for our children. You have a duty to be analytical, to look at election results, the strategic planning focus groups, and beyond to understand the needs of the community. A
3
Google
minutes. Thank you. Next speaker, Annie Worley Sovno.
Hi there, I'm Annie Sosnov, also known as Annie Worley. I grew up in Elmhurst. I went to Addison, Sandburg, and graduated from York. And I took honors classes all throughout, including AP English. I went on to earn degrees in English and Spanish because of what I learned in this district. And now I'm raising 4 children here. I came back because of the schools and the community that we offer. I'm here today to speak about the proposed banning of American Street. To me, this isn't even about this book. Haven't read it, so I can't speak to its specifics. But it's not this book, right? That's not the conversation. The conversation is that our educators okayed this book. The board okayed this book, and our educators deserve to be trusted. We trust them to protect our kids if a shooter comes in, and it's happening often. We're not going to protect them to do their job, or entrust them to do their job, to choose appropriate literature. Yeah, I'm sure the argument is, well, they could choose a different book that would meet the same requirements, teach the same literary devices. But that's not the point. Once we concede the point of this book, then it's the next book. It is never once stopped at just one book. Our educators deserve our respect and trust. They deserve our support, and they've trained for this. It's not a job I'd want to do, and I'm so grateful that someone does want to do it. So, sure, there are probably lines in this book that make people uncomfortable. So what? Things I hear high schoolers say make me uncomfortable. It's okay. It's their vernacular. And where is the safe place to have these conversations but in the classroom? If there's strong offensive language, an educator who has been trained can say, whoa, that was a really intense paragraph, phrase. Let's break it down. If we had toned it down, how would that have made you feel? Would it have changed the message? It's a safe, constructive place to have these conversations. You can have nuanced, safeguarded conversations led by an experienced professional, and it will get you to a productive end. While I'm here, I have to mention, I've noticed a lot of concerned parents talk about Howard Zinn as though it's a new concept. I'm 35. I had it as a 16-year-old at York. Like, this isn't new. It's uncomfortable, for sure. It's a different perspective, and we might not like it, but it's a perspective. It's necessary, and it's required. History is written by the victor, but it's not the whole story. Let me use my time wisely. These kids are, if we're worried about academic rigor, we need to be teaching them how to discern information and what is important. Have critical thinking to understand the massive amount of information that's at their fingertips day in and day out. So yes, this is just one book, but it won't stop there.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Simran Silverstein.
My name is Simran Silverstein, sorry. Like I just pronounced it the way you did. We've lived in Elmhurst for 14 and a half years, and the words I am reading are from my daughter, who is a current York freshman, 9H honor student. Okay. The textbook definition of a bystander is a person who is present at an event or incident but does not take part. Bystanders have always existed, brushing past events because it makes them more comfortable or gives them a better position in society. They have run past the silencing, bullying, torture, and discrimination of hundreds of groups over time. And we must ask, when will it end? And it is for this reason that so many people want to target the press, as they don't want it to end. Books are one of the most effective ways to teach lessons and remind people of history, whether it be a textbook or a graphic novel, especially when certain authors choose to bring light to unfair situations that have occurred, and often still have effects today. Hard history or new concepts that they refuse to understand or accept can make people uncomfortable. Let's take a look at 2 books that are involved in the D205 curriculum. To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee centers on Scout, Jem, and Atticus Finch, a white family living in a small town in Alabama circa 1933. Atticus is a lawyer who chooses to defend a black man named Tom Robinson, who was accused of sexually assaulting a white woman. Despite Atticus proving his innocence, Tom was sentenced to death and executed. The Robinson case was based on the true case of the Scottsboro Boys trial, where 9 black teens were accused of committing similar crimes against 2 white women in 1933 and tried under an all-white jury. 8 of the boys were sentenced to death and executed, with 1 receiving a prison sentence due to him being only 13 years old. Years later, the women admitted to their accusations being false against a 13-year-old, and the question of how an entire court of law managed to function under an easily disprovable case, simply due to the fact that all the defendants were African American, remains one of the most infamous acts of discrimination in the American legal system. Even today, we see the same segregation within the system against many various minorities.
30 seconds.
Oh, geez. Persepolis by Marjan Satrapi details a young girl in Iran whose life was torn apart in the Iran-Iraq War. I'm just going to condense. She was their age, and this was autobiographical. So those are some of the words of my daughter. What I would like to say regarding American Street as a mom, something that I'm really concerned with, the mother of a daughter. If you can tell that my daughter is very intelligent, she's a championship speaker on the York speech team. She was at a tournament on October 29th at a school
3
where
minutes.
a sexual assault occurred on the 31st.
Thank
so
you.
this is relevant information.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Erin Vitellaro.
Hello, my name is Erin Vitellaro. I'm a mom to 2 students in the district. I have a freshman at York and a 6th grader at Sandburg. On a side note, I also work full-time at a Fortune 500 company and witness on a daily basis the importance of diverse voices and thought to drive real business results. So why am I here today? Well, I have painfully realized over the course of the last few years that it takes just a small minority of people who disapprove of a book, a lesson, or a concept to pressure our school administrators, our teachers, and ultimately you, the board, to bend to their will and remove it from the curriculum, regardless of whether or not that challenge has merit or is a shared belief by the majority of our community. In this case, there are community members who are vocally and actively organizing to oppose the inclusion of certain books within the District 205 curriculum. Their tactic of choice is to highlight small fragments of these books, some of which contain sexual references, and deliberately pull them out of context within the overall story in order to paint these books as ones that glorify sex and are downright classified as pornography. Further, they double down and try to intimidate the community by framing the rest of us, parents, teachers, administrators, board members, as perverts and groomers for seeing the merit of these books in their entirety versus just a sum of their parts. In most cases, and frankly this case, the books that are being opposed are written by people of color, usually Black AA authors or LGBTQ+ authors, and they offer important stories that deserve to be heard by our kids. I, for one, will not be deterred or intimidated by this absurd, childish name-calling because it is too important to me that my daughters have access to the thought-provoking literature and discussion surrounding it so that they can step out of their comfort zones and learn about all types of experiences, familiar and unfamiliar, so that they can develop their own beliefs and point of view with understanding and confidence. I believe in the expertise of our District 205 teachers and faculty to choose the books that will engage our students and grow their minds.
30 seconds.
With that, I humbly ask you to do the same by respecting their expertise, defending their intentions against those who seek to tarnish, and thus ultimately supporting the recommendations for inclusion into our curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lisa Sullivan. Lisa Sullivan.
Hi, I'm Lisa Sullivan. I have a 7th grader at Sandburg and a 5th grader at Hawthorne. I spoke last month, and when I spoke, I asked the D205 board to adopt a set of best practices guidelines for book challenges, whether that be the guidelines that are advanced by the American Library Association or those advanced by the National Coalition Against Censorship. These best practices guidelines create a structured framework for requests for reconsideration of books, like American Street. And those frameworks put the reconsideration requests where they belong, which is before a qualified committee, and not public comment at a school board or email harassment campaigns directed at teachers and administrators. Just last week, an important bill passed the Illinois House and Senate, and is currently awaiting the governor's signature, and it is expected to be signed into law. That's House Bill 2789. Which provides that for a library system in Illinois to be eligible for state grants, it must either, number one, adopt the American Library Association's Bill of Rights pertaining to book banning, or, number two, develop some other written statement prohibiting the practice of banning books. In a press release, Illinois Secretary of State Alexi Giannoulias said he initiated this bill after extremist groups began targeting Illinois libraries and dividing communities, just as is happening here in D205. Secretary Giannoulias said, "The concept of banning books contradicts the very essence of what our country stands for. It also defies what education is about, teaching our children to think for themselves." In the last fiscal year, the Secretary of State's office awarded these types of grants to public and school libraries totaling $62 million. In order for D205 to remain eligible for these types of grants, and also because it protects our teachers, and also because it is the right thing to do, I again urge the D205 board to adopt either the American Library Association or the NCAC Best Practices Guidelines. As a previous commenter said, it never stops with just one book, and here in District 205, we're already on attack number 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Raka Marie Belize.
Thanks. Good evening. I'd like to start with a note of gratitude. It's Teacher Appreciation Week. and a little bragging. This coming weekend, my son, York class of 2019, will be graduating magna cum laude from a top college where he was co-captain of the Division III soccer team, and he's starting a great job in his chosen field in July, so off the books. This is due in no small part to the wonderful teachers and coaches in D205 and the strong curriculum at York, which included a book, Persepolis, that some in our community have challenged as inappropriate. Didn't seem to harm him any. I'm here again tonight to urge the board to approve American Street because the issue at hand is much larger than this one book. The board needs to honor the mandate from our recent election when the community overwhelmingly rejected an agenda that not only promoted book banning, but was clearly anti-inclusion, anti-public education, and anti-teacher. In fact, just last week, some community members opposed to American Street shared a blog from the website Breakthrough Ideas about D205's last school board meeting. The blog was titled Pro-Obscenity Activists' Lousy Arguments. Apparently, I'm pro-obscenity. The blog was written by a Ms. Lori Higgins, who works for the Illinois Family Institute, which the Southern Poverty Law Center lists as a hate group. She is well known for her venomous anti-LGBTQ rhetoric, and some in our community have aligned themselves with Ms. Higgins, who believes gay people shouldn't exist, against all evidence to the contrary, conflates homosexuality with incest and pedophilia. Don't be fooled for a minute. Ms. Higgins and her supporters claim to want to protect kids when in fact they are pro-hate. And if you think excluding American Street will mollify this rabid crowd, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. So I'll end as I did last time with another illuminating selection from American Street, and don't worry, we won't have to clear anybody from the room. Creole and Haiti stick to my insides like glue. It's like my bones and muscles. But America is my skin, my eyes, and my breath. According to my papers, I'm not even supposed to be here. I'm not a citizen. I'm a resident alien. The borders don't care if we're all human, and my heart pumps blood the same as everyone else's. I try to walk a path that's perfectly in between. On one side are the books and everything I have to do to make my life legit.
30 seconds.
And on the other side are the streets and everything I have to do to stay alive out here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Colleen Pierce.
I apologize if I get emotional. This is an emotional issue for me. Am I taller? I emailed the board, so my name and my topic might sound familiar. I have a second grader at Jefferson. She was a COVID kindergartner, okay? She has an IEP. We do tutoring to make up the gap that I'm getting in school from what has happened over the last 3 years. This board made a decision through COVID. I'm in agreement with that decision. I understand it was a tough one, but I'm asking this board to understand that you guys used the term unprecedented. That's a term that the board in Elmhurst used over and over and over again. We are in unprecedented times. And now the district is choosing to reduce the number of class sizes for our second graders as they go into third grade based on normal standards and normal numbers and normal research, which is not from COVID data. Our second graders, multiple kids are struggling. They don't understand basic classroom etiquette because as 8-year-olds, this is their very first year in a normal classroom. And we're gonna add 10 more kids to each of their classrooms when they're struggling already. And it's Teacher Appreciation Week. Our teachers have done amazing jobs and they're supplementing, and one of the benefits that our kids have had is smaller class sizes. That's one of the only advantages that these second graders have had their entire time in this school district. And we are going to take away the single advantage that they have had because of normal standards when it is not normal times. And so all I am asking is for this board to please consider an exception to the district policy around class sizes, and to please acknowledge that our COVID kindergartners don't deserve this one advantage taken away from them. And they're not going to be set up for success in the classroom if we go down and reduce a whole class.
30 seconds.
So I'm asking if we could please add it to the agenda for at least a discussion. And if you guys say no, fine, but provide us with data. Provide us with COVID data on why it seems okay that we could have a class of almost 30 kids in our school district for these second graders next year. I'm hoping you guys can at least give us that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karen Giordano.
Good evening. My name is Karen Garduno. I have a 4th grader and a 2nd grade daughters at Jefferson as well. So same topic as Colleen, but come here also with a lot of emotion, but also want to make several things clear. And many of you also received an email from me today. This is a reading of that email. I just want to make sure it's actually read and heard and not just brushed over. So, high level, my 4th grader, who was in 1st grade, 2nd grade when COVID hit, is doing great. Her class is doing great. There have not been behavioral issues. They were already adjusted to the foundations of school. But as Colleen said also, the 2nd grade class, which was part of the kindergarten COVID class, where they were learning virtually, have suffered. So I am here questioning the support and education for our 2nd grade class, and not just at Jefferson, but frankly throughout the district. The 2nd graders, class of 2015, were the first students to begin their elementary schooling experience through a fully remote virtual classroom. While the teachers did everything they could to try to help with the learning and growth of the students, it was a struggle, and every teacher and staff admitted that it was not the same caliber as it would have been in person. It was evident that these kindergarten students missed out on both social and academic foundational basics that are necessary for their development. While I cannot speak for all students, some of the examples became evident for Jefferson 1st grade class last year, including but not limited to the highest number of behavioral incidents that the school had ever had. In fact, not just by small percentages, but significant percentages that the former principal shared with us. I had hoped that in 2nd grade this would improve. Unfortunately, I understand there are still significant behavior and attention deficits amongst many students, noted in our weekly classroom letters from the teacher. And my own daughter struggles with academics, especially math. I do not know the test scores of other students, but based on conversations, I don't believe she is alone. In fact, we were told just this past week that the remaining 3 weeks of school, a specialist would be joining my daughter's 2nd grade class to talk about executive functioning. The fact that that is happening in the last 3 weeks of school is absolutely alarming. And by the way, all of these issues are occurring in a classroom that has just 18 2nd grade students, which should be a very reasonable amount of students to control. So we have an issue. If we are moving our children from 18 students to 28 or 29 students, how is any teacher set up to successfully support those students, their learning, and their growth? And I'm not just talking academics, but basic social learning. So I ask you, as Colleen did, we want to understand why this information is just coming forward. We want to understand how these decisions were made, and we want those answers written and understand if things don't go as well as planned next year, you share with us also your mitigation plans.
Thank you. Next speaker, Al Fensky.
So there have been a lot of really eloquent comments tonight about the question of banning certain books in the curriculum. I want to say something about the broader issues here. Ever since this country was founded, there's been a long struggle to expand the areas of freedom and eliminate more and more those aspects of life in this country that restrict certain individuals from participating fully, from the expansion of the franchise to all white men, to the expansion of the franchise to white and black men, to the expansion of the franchise to women, and on and on and on up until the 50s and 60s when people from my generation struggled to bring an end to the discrimination patterns that were so prevalent throughout this country, and where we witnessed thousands and thousands of young people willing to face dogs, fire hoses, and brutal attacks on them, on they and their friends, in order to remove the impediment of segregation from the southern states in this country. And this is a struggle that's still going on. And there are people who are resisting, people who are opposing the expansion of freedom. And we can't afford to compromise with these people. I mean, it's very easy to say to yourself, oh, well, we can negotiate this, we can give them a little, let them have something here and avoid a controversy. It's not going to work. You have to fight these people. You have to fight these people inch by inch every year, forever and ever, actually. And any notion that being able to avoid this conflict by giving in to their so-called reasonable demands is a losing strategy. There is no other winning strategy than struggle and opposing all efforts to reduce the expanse of freedom and opportunity. There are certain things that are just not negotiable in a democratic society.
30
Human
seconds.
rights are not negotiable. The free exchange of ideas is not negotiable. And I ask you to take those issues into account and realize that you're on the front line of a struggle that's been going on for generations, and you have a responsibility to carry it forward.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Pam Conrad.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Pam Conrad. I've been a resident of Elmhurst for 41 years. I raised two sons in this community. Both went to public schools, Emerson, Churchville, and York. Both were challenged by their teachers to not only think, but also to think critically. And Howard Zen was definitely a part of both of their education, and they enjoyed that course very much. When I started hearing discussion about Howard Zen and moving him out of the curriculum, I was alarmed. And so tonight I'm here because there are some noisy wheels in this community, and their noise, to be perfectly honest, is grating me. Tonight, the noisy wheel is about books and which books should and shouldn't be allowed in our schools. This calls to mind a discussion I had many years ago with a neighbor. She had a daughter the same age as my son. She came to me very upset about a book the kids were reading called Tuck Everlasting. I'm sorry, that's my alarm. Can you believe it? Please just ignore it. I don't have the phone with me. I'm so sorry. Forgot it was on. Anyway, she wanted the book Tuck Everlasting to be taken off the reading list because she said it didn't align with her values and she didn't think kids should be reading that book. I asked her if she'd read the book and she said no, but she understood what the book was about because she'd been talking with other people about it. I suggested to her that she read the book and then discuss the book with her child so that she could explain those areas that didn't align with her values and also have her daughter ask questions and share her point of view on the book. I honestly don't know if she did that, but I do know that that book was not removed from the reading list. The noisy wheel aspect of this evening reminds me also of an important lesson I learned my first year teaching. That year I had a student who was very disruptive. To give you an idea, the child was expelled from the school I was to teach at in 4th grade, moved to 5th grade and was expelled from that school and moved back to the school I ended up at in 6th grade, where he was put in my 6th grade classroom. One morning I woke up and realized he was taking all of my time and my attention away from all the other kids in my classroom, and I needed to figure out a way to work with him, but also with everybody else. I couldn't let him be the noisy wheel, taking away and ruining the educational experience for the rest of my
30 seconds.
students. I am also a data-driven person, and based on the results of the last election, the data is clear. The quieter majority voted resoundingly for board members who do not share the same opinion as the noisy wheels. I am asking board members tonight to listen to the quiet voices that have spoken via their votes and to approve the books that have been so thoughtfully suggested, reviewed, and presented to you. Thank you for your time, thank you for your service, and thank you for your patience with my alarm.
Thank you. Next speaker, Marcia Baker.
Hello. I should say I'm glad to be back here again. My sons graduated from York High School in 2000 and 2002. I'm grateful for the excellent education they received during their school years. My husband and I were active in PTA, and we were versed in all the school issues and attended many school board meetings. Back then, I did not imagine that I would be returning to the school board meetings 20 years later, because a small group of parents with extremist views are attempting to have books banned in District 205 schools. For teachers, students, and our community, this cannot stand. Last week, 2 members of EPIC read aloud excerpts from American Street, a book that came under their scrutiny. They chose passages that contained strong language and sexual references in a very purposeful attempt to shame and shock the adults in the room. They inferred these passages characterized the book and made it inappropriate for high school students. Those of us who actually read the book and know that this is a sham and a smokescreen, their reading made front-page news in the local press. The eloquent statements supporting the book did not make the cut. But most distressingly, the board has tabled discussion of the book for now, and some commented, "Where is the line?" I say the line exists in the freedom to read and discuss books from all points of view without fear of being shamed or bullied. Censoring books with difficult content only diminishes opportunities for D205 students to grow and broaden their perspectives. Here today, the line exists in preventing a small group of people from banning books in our schools. I am absolutely positive this will not be the last book targeted by EPIC or other such groups. Last year, some members of EPIC came to the school board and wanted to ban a history book. Thinking that they represented the voice of the community, they ran for school board. And last month, the majority of Elmhurst voters, and I'll say the overwhelming majority, said they didn't. Despite this rejection, they are back asking to have another book banned. When do we say enough is enough? Book banners do not speak for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Reed Stanton. Reed Stanton? Am I saying it wrong? Reed? Nope. Cynthia Morris?
Hello, I'm Cynthia Mears. Thank you. I'm a little taller. All right. Well, first of all, thank you for your service. I know it's Teacher Appreciation Week. I'm also an educator. I've actually taught 3rd grade for 15 years, and I'm here on behalf of our 2nd graders at Jefferson, like some of the other moms in the group here. And I wrote an email also that I would like to share. My son, he has an IEP, and he began his kindergarten year flip-flopping between in-person instruction and remote instruction. He had to wear a mask for almost 2 full years during the most vital times of learning how to read facial expressions, understand body language, interpret other people's feelings, and learn conflict resolution. These are just a few of the skills that he continues to struggle with on a daily basis, and he's not the only student at Jefferson that is struggling with these skills. Jefferson has a wonderful special education program with amazing teachers, and we are so fortunate. But that also means that Jefferson seems to have a higher population of students with IEPs and 504s. Therefore, a larger class size will also mean students will not receive the attention and instruction they need and deserve, no matter where they are on the spectrum. I realize that classrooms will probably have a teacher assistant to help, but that just actually adds more bodies to an already overcrowded classroom. I did teach third grade for so many years. Third graders are not tiny. They take up space. They like to move around. And we're already going to cause these very small classrooms to be very crammed. There will be no space for the kids to get on the carpet and talk and share because their desks hopefully will be in the way because I hope they have a desk. Gains in achievement generally occur when class size is reduced to fewer than 20 students. I really hope that we can reconsider bringing our class sizes up to 27, 28. I just don't think that learning will occur, and these kids are already struggling because of the pandemic. So I urge you to please reconsider this class size policy for at least just this group of students that have already suffered so much through this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Sean Callahan.
Hi, I'm Sean Callahan. I'm a lifelong resident of Elmhurst, and my son was actually one of the students you recognized for his math performance, the math competition. I'm here to talk about benchmarking. I know it's a completely different subject than what we've been covering, but over the last 6 months, I've heard a lot about what's the appropriate benchmark for District 205. Is it Hinsdale? Is it Naperville? Is it something else? I've got a whole different perspective. I think we should benchmark District 205 against the best. And one of the best out there is Success Academy charter schools in New York. Their students achieve phenomenal academic performance. They've got a 91% proficiency rate for English, 98% proficiency in math, and this is an organization that has 40 different locations. Now, I understand a lot of folks are going to say, well, that's different. It's a different community, different environment, and there's a whole lot of differences between the two. And yes, that's correct. There are differences. 95% of the students at Success Academy are Black or Hispanic. The median income for the families of those students is $32,000. So those two stats are often used as reasons why schools underperform, but that actually proves that District 205, I think, has a lot that it could learn from the Success Academy. So I think it would be time well spent if some board members and some administrators would dig in there and see what is actually causing their success, and how do we bring that to District 205? And one of the wonderful things is they're not holding these secrets. They actually started an education institute where they have curriculum guides, they've got instructions materials, they got videos for teachers, multiple trainings tools and stuff for folks to use. They're trying to get the word out on how they achieve this success. This community wants success in education. The signs say literacy for all. All of you, board members, want excellence in education. Question is, how do we get there? My thought is, let's benchmark District 205 against the best. Let's learn from the best. Let's take the strategies from the best and implement them. And hopefully we end up getting the same results from these folks that have been performing the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Patrick Sheridan.
Hello, my name is Patrick Sheridan, and I represent a group called, it's going to be really awkward, Gays Against Groomers. It's a collection of gay people who oppose the grooming of children. Let's take a look at this toy. This toy is a Disney toy. It's a toy designed for children. What is on the toy? Rainbow colors. What do the rainbow colors represent? Lesbian, gay, and bisexuality. This is an overtly sexualized toy released by Disney and aimed at kids. See, a lot of you guys, especially the white liberal women, a lot of you fetishize gay people. It's not really your fault. We were defined by our sexuality because we were oppressed, so we had to solidify around it. But now a lot of our community has unfortunately become defined by our sexuality. So it doesn't seem weird to you guys that they're creating sexualized toys for kids. This stands for eating a vagina. Eating a big old puss. That's what this stands for. And none of you realize that it's weird. I'm guessing some of you do, and the ones that are brave enough to stand up would be the greatest allies of our community. These women are an existential threat to our community because all they do is want to put sexualized things inside schools and say that it's just for the gays. Well, I'm a gay, and we don't want your help. It's weird. And people need to start standing up. And here's the thing, this is a sexualized toy based around sexuality. You guys have LGB books in your schools. Those are books specifically designed to sexualize children, to make little boys think about sucking a dick. I love all of you, I really do, but you women are what is known as useful idiots. It's what Karl Marx called them. They're a plague on our community. Thank you, guys. My name is Pat, Gays Against Groomers. Pleasure being here.
Next speaker is Marcia Walker. Marcy Walker.
You've really had a great, I'm sorry, yeah.
That's hard to follow.
Sorry for your second introduction here. Go ahead.
You said that microphone's required? Okay, we're gonna make this. Okay, let me try it a different way. So I'm a mother of a parent at Jefferson Elementary. I volunteer there. I contribute financially to the district. I love the fundraiser, by the way. And my students' classroom is a place I've been a lot. I volunteer at the library. I go to the lunchroom. I've been there for a number of special education meetings for my son, who is just found eligible for an IEP. And his classroom is maybe a fourth the size of this room, maybe. And I see 16 of you here in this huge space. Do you feel like your personal space is enough for you? My child sits very close to another child. The room is so small, they have one rug in the front of the room by the whiteboard, and they have another section on the right where the teacher instructs on foundations. And in that space, there's no rug. The children sit on the floor, and the reason there's no rug is there's no space for it. There are 17 children in this room. At the beginning of the year, there are 18. And if you haven't looked around Elmhurst, there's a number of trees in our neighborhood where there's a blue ribbon tied around for the child in his classroom who died. These children have been through so much, and I'm sorry, I'm emotional, but they have been to the social worker, to the nurse, the school psychologist comes in, and all these poor children are dealing with grief because their friend died of brain cancer. And some of them are really close to him. We went to movie nights. And it's a lot for an 8-year-old or a 7-year-old to process. The school is burdened by not enough space. It's one of the smallest spaces in the district. We're tight. The families, the families are close. That's why there's so many of us here, and there will be more if we didn't have a PTA meeting about this at the same time. And we ask you to reconsider cramming 27 kids in one classroom and 28 in another, in a school where there's rooms that you can't even fit kids sitting on the ground. In my son's classroom, the teacher is really proactive. She wrote a grant application to get 2 stationary bikes in her classroom and to get a standing desk, and the kids get to rotate through them. My son has difficulty with writing, and the longest thing he's ever written was a page because it was sitting on that bike. And one of the things in his IEP plan is to try and get one of those bikes in the next room, and I don't know where it's gonna fit. We would like to see transparency in the data. We would like to see exactly how many kids are in every single classroom, every single grade across the district, because this rule is supposed to be about equity. And if that's the case, we want to see it. We want to see how many kids are in all these different spaces, because it is not fair to our children. And it's not just because they're COVID kids. It's not just because they have differences in learning. They deserve respect just like we give respect to our
Thank
teachers
you.
and to you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker, Mandy, or is it Mandy? Nancy, sorry. Nancy Horowitz? Okay. That's it then. I think that's all of the speakers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you to everyone who took the time to voice their concerns, support, or perspectives to the Board of Education tonight. Common practice of the board is to follow up with public commenters after the board meeting as needed. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at 8:51, it looks like. Thank you. We're up? We're going up. We are going on. Everybody good? Live? Okay, thank you.
We're great.
Okay. I think now would be a great time for us to, the board would like to take a little time to acknowledge and, of course, thank our teachers for Teacher Appreciation Week. And what an exciting week, seeing the PTAs and their posts through social media and all the wonderful opportunities and snacks and love that they're showing our staff this week in our schools. And the board wanted to take a moment to also show our appreciation for the tremendous amount of work that our teachers do for our children every single day, from curriculum, learning new skills as professionals, refining their skills as professionals, thinking about individual students and how they can impact them most every night and every day in the classroom as they plan as best as they can to make sure that tomorrow is going to be an engaging and inviting moment for kids to learn and grow in their room. You know, many of our teachers spend more time throughout the day with our children than we do as parents, and they get to know them pretty well. And those relationships are what make an impact on our kids. And those are the people who they remember fondly and have when they get older, but who also have an impression on who they become as people and adults. So thank you on behalf of me, and I know board members would like to share a little note too of appreciation, but thank you on behalf of the board and the community for being with our kids every day and doing the very hard work that you do every single day. With that, I'll move around.
I'll go next. Thank you to all of our teachers during this Teacher Appreciation Week. And I just want to say an extra special thank you to all of our teachers who choose to spend even more time with our students before or after school, either coaching an athletic team, sponsoring a club, hosting numerous concerts and art shows, directing plays and musicals, and taking our students on trips and excursions so that they can explore and enjoy the things that they love. You all spend so many hours with our students and have a huge impact on their lives. And I just want you to know that you are so appreciated for all of the things that you do that allow our students to explore what they, the things that they're interested in. So thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you to all of our Elmhurst teachers for inspiring our children every day, being great role models, and most importantly, teaching them to develop a love for learning. Our schools in Elmhurst are exceptional because of your dedication and passion for your profession. I feel blessed to raise our children under your guidance and with your support. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our outstanding D205 teachers. As the parent of 3 D205 children, I know firsthand the enormous influence our teachers have on student success, healthy attitudes towards school, building confidence, and creating lifelong learners. We are all so fortunate to have excellent educators who care deeply and passionately about our students and instill a curiosity and love of learning. Your impact extends beyond the classroom, and I'm so appreciative of the lasting influence you have on our children and the value added to each of their individual lives. Thank you so much for your dedication and commitment to children and D205.
Just wanted to say thank you. As feels like a lifetime ago, I was a teacher, and I know it's really hard, challenging work. Just wanted to thank the teachers in particular that really take the time to create environments where students are known and cared for, because it's really the teacher that creates the culture. And I'm just so grateful for those teachers that really create a culture where my own children have been known and cared for, and in those environments they've excelled the most. And have also, taken the time to celebrate, where you get the call and, the teacher wants to celebrate with us as a family a milestone that a student has made. So I'm just grateful for those extra things that build a culture where students really feel known and cared for, and because it's there that they learn the most. So thank you for all the efforts each of you make to create those classrooms that really care for students. Thanks.
Teachers have had an enormous impact in my life, my children's life, and I just want to reiterate all the thank yous here. And a reminder, as a wise superintendent once told me, or actually probably told me every week, whatever we do here, just remember, it all goes on in the classroom.
Well, last but not least, I will just echo the words of everyone at this table. And I think Kara's word is my favorite of all. I'm just so grateful for the teachers that have had a significant impact in my kids' lives. Because there's not a year that's gone by that I haven't looked back and reflected on how grateful I am for everyone that's touched our family. So thank you all.
Thank you. And if you haven't seen the snippets on social with students showing their appreciation, please do go find them. They are so fun to watch. The excitement that the kids have is just really heartwarming. So thank you again. Okay, we'll move on to item number 7 on the board agenda. This is the approval of board meeting minutes, approval of regular board meeting minutes from April 25th, 2023. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, no changes, meeting minutes will stand as presented. And then the second, item B, is approval of closed session minutes from April 25th, 2023. Those stand as presented. Item number 8, we move into our reports and presentations. Up first is item A, the Student Services Department update. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Campbell, who might want to say a few words.
Actually, thank you. My colleague, Dr. Rubenstein, is going to share with us tonight an update specifically to all of the amazing work and then the work that will continue moving forward in our Student Services Department. Dr. Rubenstein.
Great. Thank you so much for the time this evening to share with you all of the outstanding work that is going on within our Division for Student Services. So just a little bit of what we're going to be talking about this evening. We're going to be talking about, I'll give you a big broad overview of what's been happening in student services and then talk about how they relate to the strategic plan and each of the strategic plan areas. So I, along with my cabinet colleagues, get to look at the strategic plan almost every day, and that is not a bad thing. I think that I look at it from a little bit of a different lens, though, because when I look at the strategic plan, I see the word every before each of these pieces here. So I think of every student. So every student is educated, every student is engaged, every student is empowered. We didn't put those purposefully because it would have gotten too wordy. But when I think of student services and students with disabilities, we are really thinking through our students who are the most vulnerable in our district, the students who are often forgotten and who may need a whole lot of extra support to communicate effectively or to contribute meaningfully to the society or to explore their purpose and career pathways. That is the whole purpose of our strategic plan, and that is what the Division for Student Services is all about. There is also very few times where somebody will stand before you and confidently say that we touch almost every area of the strategic plan every single day. So student success and learning environment are our big areas. However, we as my colleague, Mr. Welton, often reminds me, we also touch on financial and operational effectiveness, and I am excited to work with our colleagues in community engagement, and you'll see that tonight. I'm pleased to work with a team of individuals in student services. Colleen Cook and Anna Baramis are our directors of special education in EC5 and 612. I have Sarah Cannon, who's an assistant director of student services, and Dr. Skip Coombe, who is our assistant director of special education. He works primarily at York High School and at the Transition Center. And then we have a full cadre of building level leaders. And so you can see their names there, and it is exciting to get to work with them on a day-to-day basis. We also have a full complement of teachers, educational assistants, speech language pathologists, mental health providers such as school psychologists and social workers, school counselors, reading interventionists and specialists, physical therapists and occupational therapists, our nurses and deans and other related services staff that we get to work with on a day-to-day basis. In terms of our students with disabilities, just a little bit of a background, we serve actually more than 1,400 students across the district. And so what I want you to see in that number here is you heard a couple people standing before you this evening saying that their son or daughter has an IEP. And 1,400 students is a lot of students to serve. Each of those families we meet with individually. We meet with families oftentimes several times per year. So it is an individualized process. That is something that we pride ourselves on and that it's required by the law. You can see up here on the screen right now where District 205 in the navy blue compares to the state in terms of the eligibility categories. There are several eligibility categories that a student can be found eligible under as required by law. And the vast majority of our students are found eligible under the categories of other health impairment, speech language impairment, and specific learning disability. Those are our three largest serving categories. The state actually identifies more students with specific learning disabilities. That's the largest serving category across the state. And that is actually similar for other districts of size and scope. Again, the number of students served by grade level, you can see this. What I want to sort of point out to you here is it's a little bit of a moving target. So while it might look like the number is a little bit static from year to year, you have to remember that if there are 122 students who are identified as having disabilities at Madison Early Childhood, those are students who have been identified in the last 2 years, by definition. That means that 3- and 4-year-olds are being added to our rosters. Similarly, high school and transition, we have juniors and seniors who are going off our rolls, and so that is really, and we have students who are being found not eligible all throughout our time period here. So it's a little bit of a moving target, but our numbers have gone up over time. During the fall 22 semester, something that's important to point out is that 27 students with disabilities participated in transition services at COD. That is not something that's typically thought of as a transition service, but we have a lot of students who need that extra bit of support. And so we provide that support to them along with several other high schools in the area. In terms of educational environments, we're always looking to serve students in the least restrictive environment is what it's called. And about 71% of our students are served inside the regular education classroom for 80% or more of the school day. So that's increased ever so slightly this year. We've also decreased ever so slightly the percentage of students who are in a separate setting for 100% of the school day. So what we are looking to do here is to have more students in the general education setting for greater periods of time during the day, because what we know to be true is that strong and aligned general education programs, when we have our students in the general education setting for greater periods of time, it demonstrates success in boosting academic performance of not only students with disabilities, but all students. You can see up here a graph that I've not shown you before, but something that we are keeping our careful eye on. Our ELA and math growth percentiles on the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. So students with disabilities had higher growth percentiles than our comparator districts on ELA, and we were a little bit lower than we had hoped, and so student growth in the area of math continues to be an area of focus for our team. We added a whole bunch of new intervention programs and new curricular programs in the area of math this year, and so we're hoping to see a big payoff with that this year. As we move on to ELA and math achievement, you can see that Elmhurst students with disabilities outperformed all except for one of our comparison districts on the ELA portion of the IAR, and that we still have some work to do in reducing the achievement gap between students with disabilities and their peers on the math achievement portion of the Illinois Assessment of Readiness. Last year when I came to you, I talked about the idea that we were adding back these IEP meeting satisfaction surveys. So at the end of every IEP meeting, and I see some head nods around the room because some people have done some of these surveys. At the end of every IEP meeting, parents are given the opportunity to provide us with some feedback about how the meeting went. And overwhelmingly, and I get that feedback directly, actually. So it comes directly to me. I get alerted every day when new surveys come in. And so overwhelmingly, what our parents and families are telling us is that they feel like they are an equal partner with their teachers and other professionals in the planning of their child's IEP, that teachers and administrators are encouraging them to participate in the decision-making process. And I would really attribute that to our updated facilitated IEP process. It's something that we have now implemented across the district. We provided a great deal of training. We're asking you to approve an updated contract with Key2Ed, our training group, again this evening for some new staff in the fall, but really we're doing great work there. Where we have to do some additional work is on some of the timing of the meeting. Our families feel like sometimes those meetings can be a little bit too short, and they would like to have more time with our teams. Everybody would always like to have more time, and so we're working on that with our teams and with our families. Just some additional pieces of information, something that I'm not leaning a whole lot on this evening, but there are an additional 7% of our students eligible under Section 504. Section 504 is supposed to get an update to the regulations for the first time in my lifetime. Sometime this week. The number of students who are eligible under Section 504 has increased over the past several years. We are actually identifying, somebody just did a survey for comparison districts in the area. We're actually identifying about the same number as comparison districts in the area, but across the country, the national average is about 2%. And so we are much higher, but that is a statistic for DuPage County. We also serve close to 90 students who are eligible under the McKinney-Vento Homeless Act. This is increased dramatically this year. And one of the reasons that we suspect that this has happened is that the eviction moratorium ended last summer. Many families were left without sustainable housing options at that time, and so we saw a drastic increase in the number of students who were eligible under the McKinney-Vento Homeless Act. And so we're required to support their educational needs as a school district, and so that's part of what we do there. The number of students who are identified as having a disability has, of course, increased in Elmhurst, and thank you to our board vice president, Mrs. Hostler, and to our superintendent, Dr. Keisha Campbell, who serve as our board representatives to SACID, which is the School Association for Special Education in DuPage County, which is our special education cooperative. It's a large cooperative and helps us to provide some some of our services for students with disabilities. Some of the financial information. So we receive about $1.5 million in funding from the federal government through IDEA flow-through. This was supplemented this year by about $450,000 in the American Rescue Plan Act funds. We also get some reimbursement from the state, and we're working on increasing Medicaid reimbursements. So under student success, priority one, just some highlights of our work this year. We have really worked hard. I am thankful to work with Mrs. Lyons and with Mrs. Leischel to really align our work. We spent a lot of time in our Leaders of Learning team, led by Dr. Grenz, making sure that all of our systems are aligned. And so you can see up here that our K-5 special education teachers have access to Wit and Wisdom and Foundations materials. 3 to 5 years ago, not only were we not aligned, but our special education materials didn't have those materials or any materials. And so they were using materials that were either not standards aligned, but they were also probably scrambling on a day-to-day basis. That was not good for kids. And so we're excited to have all of those materials in our classrooms. There has been a significant focus, I will say, this year on curricular materials at York High School. That is something that we are working on in all of our special education classrooms. One big benefit and payoff for that that is going on behind the scenes is that several of our special education courses are now becoming NCAA credit eligible. It's a really big deal for our college-bound athletes who are also students with disabilities. It's a really, really big thing to have a special education course accepted as a university-level course for NCAA credit. We've got a pilot program going on at the Transition Center. There are great benefits to music therapy, and we have music therapy going on 2 days a week at the Transition program, and we have added some great community outings for our students in several of our programs, early childhood through 8th grade. There are also some great staff development pieces going on. We've got some great trainings going on. Many of our team members are being trained on mental health first aid. There is a fantastic training called social thinking. We continue to work on nonviolent crisis prevention and intervention. And something that I'm really excited about is that for the first time, probably ever, Dr. Grenz has been whispering this in all of our ears for a long time, but one of his visions was that we would have people from the high school meeting with people in early childhood. And we actually went one step further, and we had people from the Transition Center meeting with people from early childhood to talk about what outcomes are actually expected of students, at the Transition Center, actually what that looks like. And so they went through Transition Center outcomes and what employment looks like when a student turns 22 years old, when they leave us at transition. That is not vernacular that our early childhood teachers really had ever thought through or heard about. And it's stuff that can be subtle changes, can change their classrooms and help our students to have better aligned systems. Really exciting work. So in terms of what's next, we are expanding those evidence-based programs. We are working to expand through several grants, the expansion of mental health first aid training. It is really exciting. It's another evidence-based program, more team members in more buildings. We are working to build out our MTSS system and work on some 504 trainings and supports with those updated regulations. In terms of the learning environment, we are expanding our co-curricular offerings. Many of you have heard all about that and our co-curricular offerings. Track and field was added to the rotation of Special Olympics at York High School. We've got volleyball starting in the fall. And we are excited to bring a proposal to you in June for some additional pieces there. We're also expanding our social activities for students with disabilities. And we're going to be partnering with Surge, actually, actually on that for some in-school pieces. Surge is our special education resource group. That's the parent group that goes along with special education. We will be doing the in-school portion of things, like going to high school football games and attending basketball games and the high school dances. And Surge is going to be partnering with us to potentially be doing some movie nights and those sorts of things. We are going to be expanding facilitated IEP. There's going to be, of course, some advanced training, but also I just want to thank Surge because of the fact that they really allowed us to purchase some materials for every single building across the district that allowed us to really be prepared. So there's norms hung in every single meeting room. There are name placards. There are some basic things that help to move the meeting along. And then just making sure that we are developing our team with an appropriate staffing model. There is a significant examination of minutes, placement and services, entry and exit criteria. We are strongly examining our outcomes related to co-taught classrooms at York High School and the middle schools. And we've also, thanks to two of our assistant principals, started and added to a special education staff handbook, which has just really brought a lot to our team. And in terms of what's next, we're going to continue to expand that. We're going to be fine-tuning some of our meeting protocols, reviewing our programs to make sure that we're focusing on some fully inclusive practices. And Mrs. Leischel and Ms. Lyons, Dr. Grenz and I are going to be talking about how we can additionally expand some career pathways for teachers to become special educators. There are some great programs that are coming online right now that would lead to a special education licensure with 4 classes for our current general education teachers. So how can we do that on campus, and how can we help to stimulate that pipeline? In terms of financial and operational effectiveness, our favorite area. So staffing levels at all buildings, we are always working on that. There is a lot that goes on, and I can't understate this. There's a lot that goes on in terms of grant management. Medicaid is a really, really big deal. We get about $350,000 every year in reimbursement through Medicaid, and that is going to be expanding. Our Medicaid dollars are going to be expanding this year, and the management of the IDEA grants and the ARPA grant and what that looks like. So in terms of what's next, there's going to be a whole lot of training for our social workers, school counselors, and other Medicaid eligible staff on some of those new consent procedures and what that looks like. That's going on behind the scenes. And then just some community outreach and engagement. So we implemented the feedback from IEP and 504 plan meetings. We already talked about that. Collaboration and work with Surge. And one thing that our teams are really proud of is that we've been working with the Elmhurst Public Library. They are developing a diverse learners book collection and developing some appropriate spaces, so a sensory space at the Elmhurst Public Library and on some staff trainings. So when a student on the autism spectrum, for example, comes to the library, how do we support that student? And who better to do that than our educators? So we're going to be continuing that partnership with Surge and considering additional parent engagement sessions along with those student social events. So that is what I've got for you this evening. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Kevin. We can open the floor for questions and comments to the board.
I'll start us off. 4 years I've been sitting on this board. And, many years before that in the PTA, and I've never heard more progress in this program than I just heard right now. I am really excited and so grateful that the amount of time and intention and decision-making that you guys have put into this, it really makes my heart really feel proud, really does. So I'll go to something that won't make me cry. See? Let's talk about those donuts.
Yeah.
You know I love the donuts. So I just want to point that out because I mean, there's a lot of significant stuff in this presentation, but the fact that parents, like 90-something% agree or strongly agree, that wasn't happening, I don't even think last year.
Right.
Because we've seen these numbers before, and it certainly wasn't happening 4 years ago. And so right there, that is like the most significant thing I'm taking away from showing you guys that you are on the right path. I mean, this is so impactful that parents are feeling part of the decision-making and the planning, and they're feeling engaged. That's not something we used to hear about. We used to hear about feeling isolated and not included. I appreciate that you're listening to their feedback about the time spent. Every parent wants more time talking about everyone, so I appreciate you trying to find that balance. And I'm excited about the handbook because I do feel like it's when you sit down and put things on paper, it actually makes you think it through. And what goes behind the decisions, why are you doing the things you're doing, should we be doing those things, and should we change them? So I'm very excited to see more information as you go down that line. So thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it.
I just wanted to say that I appreciate your commitment to getting feedback from this group of parents and from our teachers in this area. I love the collaboration with Surge. There's so many parents in that group that are working hard to do everything they can to support our students. And I think that's great. The collaboration with our community and Elmhurst Public Library is fantastic. And I just really appreciate the effort to create more opportunities for our special education students, social events and different opportunities for them to interact with one another and make friends is fantastic. I just had one question. Do you have any ideas? You talked about some changes coming forth in the 504 plan. Do you have any idea what that might look like, or not quite yet, or?
Well, there is a lot of speculation. The Federal Department of Ed sought feedback. It was a very different process. So they announced that they were going to make changes. They sought feedback from a lot of stakeholders. People submitted those comments, including the National School Boards Association, all of our professional associations, and the challenge is that 504 is not just an education law. It is also found in Department of Labor. It's found in lots of other areas, so all of those have to be aligned. And so I don't know that they're going to be too sweeping, but they will certainly be updated from what they are, given the fact that they haven't been updated in 45 years. So.
We'll hope for the best.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So when you talked about the co-teaching, when do you anticipate, or I guess what does that look like, kind of getting, we made a significant investment in that. So I guess when will you be able to kind of share, or how will you share some of the return on investment?
So I think that when we think about co-teaching, we're thinking about two things. So first of all, we are thinking about the number of students and the percentage of students who are going to be in that least restrictive environment. So that number is, of course, going to increase because co-teaching allows us to have more students in the general education setting. What we are working to do, and I was talking with some of the leaders at York High School today, what we are working to do is to identify some additional professional learning offerings for our co-teachers that better align with our expectations for co-teaching, that raise the bar for co-teaching, that help our professionals in the classroom to understand that we expect all students to have two true professionals in the classroom who are engaging and interacting with students at all times. So the whole purpose of co-teaching is to really lower that group level and the number of students that you're interacting with on a day-to-day basis. And so I think the other piece that we'll see is improved student achievement and outcomes. And so that's regularly reported to the board through our regular strategic plan and student outcomes and achievement outcomes there. So.
Awesome, thank you. And then I just have to note, I mean, if to think of where we were just a few short years ago and to see everything that's happening is really, I know there's more work to do, but it's really amazing. And the most, I guess, the best thing is that our students are involved and included, and that they are in our classrooms, and the people in the school are thinking about how they can, you know, be included socially as well, and help them even outside in the community. And so I know that takes time and investment in relationships, and it's just, this is fantastic growth, and I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of thoughts. Oh, you almost, not yet.
My former seatmate, yes.
Just a couple thoughts that just weren't mentioned. I echo everything here, but I just want to highlight, this is another moment where we're hearing and seeing these partnerships with our community really have an impact on students and their experience. And, you know, we are in a resourceful community of wonderful people who have a lot to offer to our schools. And I really appreciate the work that's being done to establish those relationships and expand, right, the opportunities for kids. The library is a great example, and we heard earlier with Elmhurst University, and I'm sure there's so many more. Also, an appreciation for the expansion of opportunities for kids, both academically and socially. A long time coming, but also happy to be here. And then I just want to talk a little bit, because nobody really went to your donuts or your data on achievement. And, you know, when we think about the subgroup information that we get, and the students with IEPs being a subgroup, right, when we do that huge analysis of data that comes in, and looking at the growth and proficiency rates compared to our comparisons, it looks like we are on this right path. And, you know, we're preparing kids for life after school and taking the whole picture into consideration. So I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing also a positive impact, you know, when we have those big data meetings on, specifically when we start talking about those subgroups and how they're performing and learning in our school buildings. So Kevin, thank you for a great presentation, and thank you to your team. This is a lot of information and a lot of work, and I think it was a great comprehensive analysis or look at what you're doing and where you're going. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item B, we're moving to the learning management report.
So I'm going to ask my colleague, Dr. Grins, to kick us off, and then Mr. Gomez are going to tag team this one.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. So tonight, my colleague and I, Rudy Gomez, Executive Director of Technology, will be sharing with you an update on our learning management system work that we've been engaged with over the past several years. As always, we're going to try to exemplify the values throughout this presentation from our student journey of excellence. I'll just draw your attention to the education values, because you will hopefully hear one of the major benefits tonight of an LMS platform is around interactive communication, specifically between students and teachers, teachers and students, and also between teachers and parents, as well as administration and the teachers. So we're excited to share that. You'll also hopefully hear some of the opportunities for critical thinking and analysis as it relates to teacher feedback on assignments that an LMS can provide, as well as opportunities for much more collaboration, not just amongst the teacher and the students, but also amongst staff. So we're excited to emphasize some of those values tonight. We will also touch upon our strategic priority values. I touched on a few there as it relates to student success. Hopefully some of those communication pieces will show up in the relationship side between teachers and students with learning environment. We have an opportunity to maximize resources tonight, and we'll emphasize that for you as well as it relates to strategic priority 3. And then as mentioned, you'll hear some of the communication opportunities that we hope to roll out with this as it relates to parents and guardians as well, as also within the staff. So we'll look at the timeline and history that this process has been on. My colleague Rudy, as mentioned, has been through this before, so he can talk a bit more in detail about what a learning management system actually is, some of the benefits for all the different stakeholders here listed, as well as the process we went through for vendor selection as well as expiration, and then also giving you an overview of the costs as well as some possible next steps that we're excited to share. So last board meeting, we said thank you to a board member who transitioned from years of service, and I would be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity to make some linkages here this evening as it relates to some of these technology enhancements. We've been talking about an LMS since 2019 on the tech committee, but you'll see there the first thing listed is actually a purchase that was made in 2010. With a software program called Mastery Manager. And I'm going to come back to that at the end of the presentation to talk a little bit more about some of the implications that that has for the opportunity tonight. But in 2019, some of the early work started around considering gradebook opportunities. And Schoology isn't just a gradebook piece, that's just a component for consideration, but some work started around that. And we started to think about LMS features that might benefit the district in 2020. A subcommittee was then formed in 2021. We have roughly 30 staff members from various grade levels as well as administration on that team. We looked at some of the student, family, and staff feedback that we gathered, not just from some of the virtual days, but from some of the technology surveys that we issued, as well as through the tech committee's feedback throughout. And there were vendor selections that took place in the fall. And then 2 of those were selected for what we called exploration, to look and see, what models exist, what would be some of the benefits. And then pending approval, we have professional learning that is starting to formulate for both the summer, a little bit here in the spring, and then definitely throughout the fall. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Rudy.
All right, so before I talk about what an LMS is, I just wanted to share, in Illinois there are many school districts that use Schoology as their LMS, but these are some of the neighboring school districts that we actually did some site visits on our exploration journey. We did site visits to Barrington, Glenbard, and Lake Forest school districts to learn more about their implementation process, surprises, challenges, and successes when they onboarded their learning management system. Plus, we talked about their professional learning models, how that looked like, and shared overall best practices. So what is an LMS? Okay, hold on. I'm working off of 2 computers, so my notes are, okay. A learning management system is an online portal that enables educational institutions to manage all aspects of the digital learning process. It is a centralized online education hub where educators can create and manage lessons, assign quizzes, and grade students. Moreover, it serves as an open communication channel between teachers, students, parents, and administrative staff. A learning management system such as Schoology is different than a platform such as Google Classroom in many ways. For example, Google Classroom does not allow for third-party integrations, such as with digital texts and EdTech apps that require the learning tools interoperability standards. Google Classroom does not provide student data analytics, parental access, attendance, and gradebook features. So features of an, features of an LMS provides numerous features to enhance the student learning experience. One of the benefits is for direct integration with our textbook publishers. If a textbook is required for a course, and if it is available in a digital format, it can be integrated within the platform. This means students can access the text right in their course without having to go outside of the course and having to remember different logins and passwords. Additionally, there isn't a need to roster and assign text to students. So some of the student benefits. I'm going to talk about the first three bullets. So increased engagement and interactivity. A learning management system also is designed to help sidestep the boredom of the conventional classroom. The use of LMS technologies improves students' engagement in the learning process. It nudges them to take increased responsibility in the entire process and becomes less dependent on the teachers. It also helps overcome shyness and low self-esteem, which are stumbling blocks to active engagement and participation. Flexibility and accessibility. The traditional way of learning requires students to attend classes in a physical classroom at a specified date and time. An LMS abolishes the rigidity of the conventional classroom by expanding learning possibilities with it. With it, teachers can leverage different pedagogical approaches such as rapid learning, flipped learning, blended learning, storytelling, and social learning. In addition, LMS provides numerous options on how to learn the material and improve performance. Moreover, a learning management system makes it easy to craft personalized learning paths for each student. This, coupled with the individualized attention the learner gets, helps improve the student performance. Even better, technologies help implement other methodologies such as self-paced learning. Allowing students to learn at their own pace and style improves absorption and retention of knowledge. Ultimately, this contributes towards better student outcomes. An LMS brings numerous benefits to teachers, such as centralized location for all instructional learning materials, learning resources, digital text, and student records. Teachers have access to a diverse range of assessment options and have insights into our student assessment performance analytics. The ability to share content and resources with other teachers is simplified by using a central content sharing hub. So parents can be given permission to log into the system to access their child's performance, attendance, and also communicate with the teacher. Increased parent involvement strengthens the parent-teacher relationship and helps learners track towards better performance. This communication between the teacher and parent is strictly for information on a student's academic progress and is not meant to replace a system like ParentSquare that we use for other communications. As noted earlier in the timeline, this year was about exploration. We are ready to move forward with the next steps that are outlined on this slide and in terms of professional learning and implementation plans. So that's the slide with the implementation plans and our timeline for professional learning opportunities. All right, Scott.
Sorry. So we've had, as I mentioned, a 30-member committee working on this throughout the year and throughout the spring last year when it started. And they were very selective in trying to figure out what to identify and what to use. We've also reached out to several neighboring districts as well as Chicagoland districts. Pretty much everyone you can think of, we've gotten some data from everyone that are comparison districts as well as some of our neighboring school districts to see what LMS are they using, what are the benefits they have from that LMS. And Rudy highlighted some of those differences. I want to just kind of step back away if any of that seems like a lot of information or is detailed. If you're thinking about like a student who's going into a college course now, they're going to be interacting immediately with a program such as Blackboard or another system that most of our universities and colleges utilize. We right now utilize Google Classroom for the vast majority of that type of work, but it's still very different. there's not as much detail and there's not as much interaction between the two that can be afforded from something like Schoology, which is what we're talking about tonight. So if you're thinking about like, well, how are we getting by without this now? We have similar features in Google Classroom, but there are missing components that can really increase some of the communication and the feedback. And I think one of the points that I emphasized the most that I saw the teachers express the benefit of in the committee was the feedback component. So students, similar again to that college university piece, can sit in and engage with an assignment, submit it, receive it from the teacher, receive the feedback in the actual LMS itself, and have that interactive communication, both in person and talking through with visuals, but then also with homework remotely when they need it at night or whenever they have to retrace the steps of where that feedback was at. So I just wanted to kind of step back a little bit because I know that's a lot of information, but I wanted to highlight the Blackboard piece because that was one of the first things that I thought of when I saw some of the Schoology components that stood out to me. So the three vendors that were presented to the LMS committee were Canvas, Schoology, and Otis. And the committee selected Canvas and Schoology to trial from the fall to the winter of this year. And then, as we've pointed out, they selected Schoology to begin the expiration from January of this year to June for the end of this year. And again, that expiration is occurring with those committee members. So they're the ones that are testing it, breaking it, coming together as a committee and really saying what's working, what's not, how are you doing this, what can we focus on in the future? And they're also the ones that are developing the areas of focus for professional learning down the line as well for the staff. So we've built this sort of, and I shouldn't even say we, it's actually been the committee itself. They have built this really solid, sort of almost like an ambassador feel where they are the ones who really can champion what to do and hopefully what to avoid with some of the pitfalls. So with the Schoology piece, the total cost is $54,000. Of that $54,000, it includes an annual subscription cost of $29,000. And then I highlight this annual comprehensive student assessment component of $25,000. That's incredibly important because what that will do is some of those features that I just mentioned as it relates to the feedback around assessments, but also the administering of assessments, so quizzes, assessments at the end of a unit, et cetera, can all occur through Schoology. It also will allow us to consider this opportunity of no longer utilizing one of the current assessment systems we have, which is Mastery Manager. So that was the assessment system that was purchased in 2010, and it costs roughly $54,000 for the district each year. This would essentially do many of the similar things as Mastery Manager, and we're still navigating exactly how to transition that program so that it's as seamless as possible for the staff who use it. Thank you very much. Questions?
I'll ask. Who was on the committee? Did we talk about that before?
Sure. It was composed of 612 teachers, staff, some administrators, and district staff as well.
And that's where it'll be implemented first, right? With the plan to move it to, 9-12 first, then move it to the middle schools?
Yeah, so some pacing occurred from that committee, and the idea that 9-12 would benefit the most. Start in 9-12. Do you want to give a little bit more detail in terms of, because there's even a little bit of a delay in terms of next year, which I think is helpful as well.
That was my next class.
Yeah, so if you look on the implementation plan is, so there'll be professional learning opportunities for staff starting this summer and into fall. Our hope is that the entire school, in terms of teachers, would go under, would take professional learning opportunities. Teachers that have been part of the exploration so far, or teachers that feel comfortable starting out in in the fall on their own, can do so with their students at their own pace. But our hope is that by second semester, we will have full implementation for 9-12 next year, and then middle schools the fall.
And so I saw on one of the slides that had like a screenshot of what it would look like, Google Classroom. So is it?
So one of the screenshots here, I'll show you this.
Classroom?
Yeah, so this is what it looks like for This is a student view. And teachers can, this is one class, I just blocked out the name, but teachers can organize their course in different manners, either by week or by unit or by, but whatever the topic happens to be.
But we're still using Google Classroom?
No, you see Google Classroom up there because teachers have the opportunity to take content that they've already built and import it into Schoology so they don't have to recreate content.
So the way kids would access it would be through Google Classroom, just through Schoology? Or would it?
You would bring it into Schoology. It's just an import, yeah.
But this is the teacher view or the student view?
This is a student view, but the teacher does it. We can, that's just not removed for the student, but it does nothing for them.
I'm sure the kids will understand it. I certainly don't. I'm not, I don't even know why I'm getting in these weeds. I'm never going to understand this.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges is teachers that have already created content. We had to find a platform that did accept previous.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Don't reinvent the
Saves
wheel.
a lot of time.
So then I just had one more. You said something about expanding teachers' opportunities and about how to learn, and kids' opportunities to how to learn the material?
Different ways teachers can differentiate the instruction.
So can you expand on that? I don't really.
So teachers may give an assignment and then they give options. You can turn it in as a video option or as a sound or as a presentation or as a movie, right? You can allow the teachers different options of how to turn in or create material.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Jim?
What were the features of Schoology that gave it the advantage over Canvas?
Oh, great question. Because we use PowerSchool as our student information system, PowerSchool actually acquired Schoology several years ago, and so it's very tightly integrated, so with our student information system. And I've used Schoology actually for the past 12 years or 10 years in my former district, and when you have a student information system, such as PowerSchool, but then you have, let's say, Schoology, which was its own entity, to get them to work together was very difficult. Now that they were purchased by PowerSchool, you have a lot of additional engineering resources to integrate the system into their product line. They called it Unified Classroom, and it's just far greater support from them.
Okay, thank you for
Thank you.
a very nice presentation and a big move to change a learning management system. So just highlighting the process that you went through and bringing teachers and staff in, and I think that was great, and it sounds like it's in a great place to get started. Okay, item C, instructional materials update, selection, and adoption. Dr. Campbell.
So as you know that we have a very, that's the next item, but don't worry, don't look at the screen, we'll just kind of roll with it tonight. So as you know, we have a very thorough process for the adoption of materials based off of our policy 6210. And in that, I really appreciate and very, our team is very committed to making sure that we endeavor to thoroughly engage in processes as it relates to curriculum adoption. I think you've heard, even in Dr. Rubenstein's presentation, we have made a commitment really looking at our Tier 1, and you've heard my colleague, Ms. Lyons, give extensive research in the role that curricular materials play in the totality of a student experience. And so we brought forth many curricular resources in our previous board meeting, and then followed that process by allowing those materials to be reviewed for public and parent consumption to provide feedback. In that process, we saw there was an opportunity to just really honor the feedback that we received, and then curate that feedback and go back and engage our staff in that work. And so once again, I want to just really give a strong shout out to our administration teams in our learning and teaching department, but also that have worked very closely and collaboratively with school administration as well as teachers throughout these processes. And so we wanted to come back tonight and to provide actually partly an update, but more importantly, a continued request for additional materials that we will share that will then go through the process of them being on display for the 30-day period and before the board then move forward for a recommendation for the board for adoption. So my colleagues, Ms. Leischel and Ms. Lyons, are going to just give a little bit. We saved the slides. We asked Katie not to go back through the research and have another professional learning opportunity for the board tonight. So we saved the slides, so don't look at the screen, and I'm hoping that we can just, quickly speak and voice over this work.
Absolutely. If we want to pull up the slides, we can, but we'd be here for a while, third time going through the process. So we didn't think it was necessary to talk through the process since we did that in March and April, but did want to provide an update. So our English 9 and 9H professional learning community has come together to reflect and review the feedback from the display of instructional materials around the proposed text of American Street. During that session, the team identified trends and new learnings based on the community feedback, and are now beginning the process of identifying potential next steps that had been previously discussed or potentially new proposals based on their learnings from the feedback. And so this team is going to come back together prior to the June Board of Education meeting to really narrow their recommendations to administration that will then be reviewed to select an update to the Board of Education in our June meeting. So that's just an update from that team. And now I'm going to pass it over to Katie to talk about a selection and adoption.
Yes, thanks, Carrie. So we have undergone the same process that we talked about the last two board meetings. In particular, I'm going to talk about our library media spaces. As you know, the past 7 out of our 8 buildings now have renovated library media spaces with amazing maker spaces. And so and Fisher will be completed this summer, and so that will be open in August for all of our kids across all of our elementary schools. And as we have explored the opportunities that these spaces have provided, we also want to support our library media specialists in providing the curricular resources and materials and programming that they need to really extend learning into those new spaces. So after a thorough review in the process that we've talked about prior to this board meeting, we are suggesting that we adopt Project Lead the Way launch. And so these materials, you've heard Project Lead the Way before. It is in our 6 to 12 programming. And now we are proposing to adopt the Project Lead the Way launch materials in our kindergarten through 5th grade. And these materials promote the development of career awareness and provide opportunities for students to engage in the engineering design process. So really critical for the use in our makerspace and our library beyond. So we have presented one module per grade level in kindergarten 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And we are going to put those on display for the next 30 days. They are electronically accessed. So we'll make sure that we get them onto the website tonight. And then we also have the 30-day public viewing instructional materials review feedback form so that the public can provide feedback from now until the June board meeting. And then at the June board meeting, we'll provide an update on any of that feedback and then moving forward with the proposal if that's what we decide to do. But we're excited to be able to continue to expand and explore these opportunities with our library media specialists as well as with our students.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions? Nope, great. Oh, Mr. Collins.
Sorry, but I've been giving this speech since, I don't know, the better part of a decade. And I just, every time we display instructional materials, I want to encourage our community to take a look at them. Katie, it sounds like everything's online. Thank you so much. So there's no excuses why the community doesn't look this material over. When it's in print only, displayed in the central office for years, no one ever showed up. And this is important stuff because we approve stuff and we never unapprove stuff. So this is going to be in the curriculum for a long time. So I just want to encourage members of the community every time we display instructional materials to be curious, take a look, see what your kids are going to be learning. Thank you.
All good? Okay. So we'll move on to item D of reports and presentations, the ECRA partnership update. Dr. Campbell?
So I'm going to do my best, go through my 45 slides, given.
Take that clicker away from joking,
I am joking. Not quite 45. We're gonna be like 30. But anyway, so again, I really want to emphasize that this is in talking with the Board of Education tonight, this is something that we are really proud about bringing forward to the board as it aligns with our strategic plan work, but more importantly, really ensuring that we have a rigorous approach to measuring student growth and connecting student outcomes to improved efforts across our schools. And so leveraging, as you have heard in our previous committee of the whole meeting, really leveraging a predictive analytic process to doing so. And so the ECRA growth model, as you've already been introduced to, allows for us to create kind of that longitudinal model with local norms and personalized projections for every student to be able to have rigorous and a scientific framework to evaluate the impact. I'm going to say that one more time, to evaluate the impact that we are having on student outcomes, to take away the guessing regarding what's working and what's not working, and how we appropriately, as you've heard several times tonight, ensure that our programming and our resources and the decisions that the board is making is having the intended outcomes that we would like for our school community expects for us to have. We've shared that, in other conversations, how the ECRA analytics, very systemic, will support that work with individual teachers within our goal setting from our school improvement. And then obviously, just as I mentioned again and going to say, an opportunity to really measure our academic return on investment. We have previously shared with you this ECRA platform. It consists of a strategic dashboard, school improvement, and then more importantly, it allows us to drill down to the student level. And so as we know, our current strategic dashboard that is here, it allows us to really make sure that our goals are viable goals and are attainable but yet rigorous goals. And then it provides for us various reports. So as you can look here on the screen, we can start to really think about, from a school improvement application, it has all of the predictive analytics and interactive tools for examining growth and projection data. This aim is to just help leaders transition their thinking from here's all the things we're doing, because in educators we like to do, here's all of the things that we're doing, towards this is the impact we are having. So that's idea of not doing more, but really making sure that we are operating as smart as possible in terms of the level of intentionality that this is going to now provide. Dr. Simonik was here, and she shared a little bit about how My Students is the teacher interface to interact with the analytics and the growth data from students that are rostered to them, and it's a great tool for measuring the impact of a small group work or very targeted improvement strategies. In consultation and work with our tech department, we're also thinking about how we're making sure that those groups are captured, and now we have a systematic way in order to actually track and monitor that work that's happening. You're familiar with this particular report. You've seen this at a district level, and we've talked through and provides the board, superintendent, district level leaders at a glance view of building level growth across. And then we also can take it a step further, and we have building level reports by grade, and then we have district and building level reports by student groups. So earlier when we shared and looking at how Dr. Rubenstein, we talked about and knowing, right, really targeting within the ability to kind of reduce our gap reduction goals that we've set out. This is going to allow us to quickly aggregate that data and that information to then be able to monitor as well. We also have program pages that quantify the academic return on investment for various programs as well as interventions. This is just a really quick sample of a student report. Student reports can also include, the ECRA growth and proficiency as well as other standardized assessment scores needed to provide a broader lens for student success. So for example, sub-scores from MWEA, MAP, if we wanted to be inclusive of Panorama, and whatever standardized assessment, we're able to use that. And I think, if you remember previously talking about how we're curating that data and that information to create a propensity score that then gives us the projection in terms of the rate of growth. Student reports provide teachers a longitudinal view also of academic success as well. So a teacher can quickly track and see how a student has progressed over time. And then there's also various, there's just a plethora of the platform that includes data, the data warehouse capabilities, the predictive analytics, the data downloads options, and the interactive charting tools as well. And so we would not be how did I do with that? We definitely won't end without oftentimes coming to our financial and operational effectiveness and the opportunity. And so we foresee, if we move forward with this, that we currently, given the benefits that we see from ECRA, we feel that there's an opportunity for us to no longer utilize the current warehouse of EDIS, which has an annual cost of $59,500, and instead invest those funds towards the platform that ECRA will provide, which is much more comprehensive, but more importantly, not only operates as a data warehouse, but also provides a focus on the monitoring, the achievement of the strategic plan goals to maximize our resources and to continue to achieve success. All 45 slides done.
I think you knew I was timing you.
How did I do on the time?
You're good, 7
Okay.
minutes.
7 minutes, okay.
Questions, comments from the board?
I just had one comment. I just like that we're looking at the tools and supports that we use across the district and really evaluating if they are the best tools for us and if our funds are being spent wisely. So thank you for looking at other options or, phasing out one thing to bring in another that's going to work better for us. And I appreciate that smart look at our tools and resources.
Thanks. Okay, anything else? No? All right, great, thank you. We're going to move on to the consent agenda, item 9, which includes a variety of items: personnel report, financial reports, school treasurer resolution, extended school year staffing, IEP, training contract, and a purchase agreement for technology hardware, bid package MOU with the DuPage ROE, and the District for Regional Safe Schools. Is there anything anybody would like to pull from the consent agenda? And then can I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve consent agenda A, personnel reports, B, financial reports, C, appointment of school treasurer and resolution approving surety bond of treasurer, D, extended school year staffing, E, facilitated IEP training key to ed contract, F, approval of the property schedule addenda and ancillary documents to the master tax exempt lease purchase agreement with U.S. Bank Corp. For a new 4-year tax exempt non-bank qualified lease and purchase in an amount not to exceed the current value of $1,321,453.37. G, bid number 23-11, site improvements 2023. H, memo of understanding, DuPage ROE and Elmhurst CUSD 205 for regional safe schools.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Moving on to the agenda action items. 13A is the approval of the 2023-24 student handbooks. I'll turn it over to Dr. Campbell.
So consistent with the board policy 7190, the administration team is responsible for creating a student handbook with that enumerates the policies and the procedures that are in place throughout the district. And so the student handbook must be provided to every student within 15 days of the start of the school year or their date of their enrollment. This student handbook was most recently brought for board review and approval in the spring of 2022. We have had all year, actually, a team of administrators represented across all levels of our organization that have really worked collaboratively with the goal to continue to review the handbook in the spirit of continuous improvement and make sure that the handbook is aligned to board policy and to provide at least, consistent language and clarity around the experience that our students will have from the early childhood through elementary, middle schools, York High School, and the Transition Center. And so I'm going to ask my colleague who has been working very intimately with this group and the oversight and the leadership of the student handbook, Dr. Rubenstein, to take it from here.
Great, thank you. So we are presenting to you this evening the updated student handbook for your review and approval. I want to walk you through a couple of the key changes. Usually the handbook is a non-spectacular event, and so, but we're excited to bring it to you this evening. So, so there are a couple of pieces that are really updated in the handbook, and so, Rudy, if you just want to move to that next slide. There are always some updated points of conduct in the handbook, so your names are all in there, our names are all in there, and all of those are updated. Also, we, all throughout the school year, update the relevant board policies. So for instance, the Accelerated Placement Act was updated earlier in the year, and so that's updated. There is an additional reason for an excused absence, which the team agreed to. There's some additional information about discipline, field trips, and fee waivers, which former board colleague, Mrs. Stufin, made sure that we added and got right in there, and so there's some additional information in there. On that next slide, you'll see that there were also some additional places where we needed some additional clarification. The handbook is often a place where people go to with questions. So when they need additional clarification, they say, where is that information found? And we point to the handbook. So enrollment in first grade. So how old do I have to be to enroll in first grade if I wasn't enrolled in kindergarten? We got some information from our legal team, and so that's in there now. Grading and assessment at York High School. You'll hear more about that in just a little bit. Work permits at middle schools. Who knew that was a thing? Elementary recess when a student is excused from physical education, 8th grade end of year activities, and electronic devices at elementary. There's apparently an issue with students wearing smartwatches. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Grenz, who's going to really help us to dive deep into grading and assessment at York High School and a little bit of the historical context.
Good evening again. Back in May of 2019, the school district issued a survey to students, teachers, and parent guardians regarding stress, particularly focused on things related to homework, activities, course taking. This was obviously a part of a larger focus at the time on behavioral health. That led then to, in August of that year, Thrive D205, which was an initiative related to some of the community involvement with several subcommittees. One of those subcommittees was focused on some of these academic components, specifically around grading and assessment in grades 6-12. It was only focused in grades 6-12 because the survey focused primarily at the high school level. But from that, there was a timeline that developed and had several spots for engagement and several plans that were proposed as it relates to some of these grading and assessment procedures. So in April of 2020, some of those things made their way into the approved handbook for use. Homework was delineated around ideal time allotments, if you remember. There were some specifications made to relearning opportunities around qualifying prereqs for that to occur. Grading scales were established for consistency. It also was the rollout at the time of the common syllabi, something we didn't have prior to that time, as well as some course recommendations and some talking points that counselors could use with students and families around course load and fits for schedule, thinking about career pathways that helped with some of the student support pieces there. Then, in December of 2020, the traditional final exams as we know them were not required, if you recall, that second semester due to COVID-19. If you jump ahead to where we're at currently, we have assessment and relearning days, and those have opportunities for summative assessments for specific students in specific courses. I think I am handing it over back.
The next slide, actually.
On the next one, too.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Look at me. All right, so where we're at now. Is this me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, during next year, what we're going to work on doing is really trying to examine some of these opportunities that we've talked about in the past around ensuring we've got high standards built out, as well as expectations that follow that for specific students. So based on the fall semester, the grading practices in the fall semester and the cumulative assessment findings, we're working on an update to provide to you in that winter around what some of those findings show us and what that really implicates for our current grading assessment and practices. Obviously, this will be tied to our student journey of excellence. It'll involve numerous feedback and engagement opportunities. But we've had, as you saw in that timeline, a bit of a jump from what occurred when traditional final exams were paused to where we're at now. And we think there's an opportunity for some calibration and fine-tuning to make sure that we engage the necessary stakeholders, we look at the practices, and that we root some of these decisions in data, both in terms of student learning as well as some of the student feedback too.
Sure. So just to help clarify, so at the end of the semester, specific time is designated for summative assessments. So we just want to provide a little clarity around current practice around what those summative assessments look like. So as Dr. Grenz highlighted, the current practice is really focused on students who have demonstrated that they were previously struggling in the course. All students have access to take the summative assessments, but when they are prioritizing what students, they really want to make sure are demonstrating mastery of the grade level standards standards and course standards. They're focusing on students who might have a C, D, or an F and have demonstrated that they haven't previously shown proficiency. And so those assessments can look a lot of different ways. They might look like what we would probably think of when we went to high school as a traditional final exam over second semester units, right? So here's everything I've learned from January to May, and I am taking that assessment, that 30-question assessment. They might be a new assessment for non-proficient standards. So I demonstrated that I was struggling with this specific skill. I am taking a new assessment to be able to demonstrate that I have now mastered that skill after doing some activities to demonstrate that I have actually learned the material and I'm not just repeating assessments over. So I'm going to hop over to that screenshot of the graphic. I know it's hard to see, but what that shows is, again, an example of a plan that a student could have with a teacher, right, that says, I would like to take the cumulative assessment for all second semester units, right, so that here's what we've learned over the course of the semester. I'm taking that on an assessment and relearning days, but here's what I have to do prior to those days to show that I've prepared. And so they are finishing all work for the unit, but then they're creating a screencast or a study guide or a practice exam, right, to demonstrate that they are actually building the skills that they previously didn't demonstrate. Going back to a couple of examples, right, this could be, again, in some of the humanities courses, an essay with an accompanying presentation in the course, right, that students are submitting that, again, might be something that we're familiar with. And then, again, a more specific example is a reading analysis assessment with a new text. So an unfamiliar text, but showing that I've gained those analysis skills through an assessment of that. So just wanted to provide some clarity around current practice. And so what we will be going through is our grading and assessment task force, PLC, whatever we want to brand it as, right? We'll be really digging in. It's going to have students, teachers, educators. What were the intentions of these systems, and are they doing what they are supposed to do, right? And so we really want to dig in, look at data. Who's accessing the assessments on these days, right? Are all students having the experience of taking summative assessments in this way? And so we want to make sure, we do have some courses that require them. Our ACP courses that are, we partner with Indiana University. Indiana University dictates what assessments and the structure of those courses. And so students in there might still have a required final exam using that familiar language, but that is something we want to dig into, is what experiences students are having, and are we getting the results that we want, and if not, let's change the system.
So the reason why I know we mentioned this was to provide you an update on the handbook, but the reason why we parked right here is because we know there has been a lot of conversation and a lot of feedback that we've received from you that sit around the table that represent the voice of our community as well as community members. And so what we wanted to do is we wanted to just and show the progression of the feedback, right, that was received and reviewed years ago that might have felt like the pendulum was swung in a particular direction. And then, I don't know if anybody know this, but there was an actual pandemic that then stopped and had an impact on us being able to really review the implementation of those practices. So now here we are, just in case you didn't know, the pandemic is over, and now we're back here at post-pandemic, and we're saying we need to start where we left off, which is to say, are the systems that we've put in place based on feedback that we receive from the community and based on the engagement that we engage with administrators, are those systems that are currently in place actually getting us to the intended outcomes that we want? And we thought that it was really important because there's some jargon and there's language. And so sometimes when you hear summative assessments, those of us that are a little old school, all we know is finals. We know the word finals. We don't know what summative assessments are. So we also wanted to use this opportunity to kind of calibrate on some common language when we say at the end of each semester, students actually have to have a designated time to complete those summative assessments and what those opportunities might look like. So therefore, a student and a family might have a various experience based on their summative assessment experience at the end of that semester due to the coursework, and as we also know, particular programs that they are in. And so this is a priority. I want to echo that. This is a priority for this current administration to make sure that we, again, really take a deep dive and engage stakeholders of our voices of our teachers. We heard tonight how we honor the voices of our teachers. So to engage our teachers, engage our administrations, and also our students to really ensure that the experiences that they're having gets us to the intended outcomes, but are also aligned to best practices. And so I know that this presentation was not just about grading and assessment, but we wanted to pause and elevate the importance and how it is a priority and front in mind for us. Conversations have already been underway this year. We have new division chairs that were implemented this year that have the opportunity to. Am I calling them right? Okay, you gave me the look. I didn't know if division chairs. Okay, I'm sorry, you gave me the look like you're not saying it right. Division chairs. This year we have new division chairs, and we also know that we have a new principal leader coming in. And so just really excited about the opportunity that we have to come back to the work of post-COVID in that continuous cycle of improvement and really ensure that our systems, our structures get us to the intended outcome and then continue to elevate the high standards that we have set for all of our students here in District 205.
Go ahead, Bev.
I just had one question about getting feedback. I know when we did, Dr. Granz talked about the feedback that we got through Thrive D205, and a lot of the feedback at that time was about students who were very overscheduled and feeling stressed out and having a lot on their plate. Then we went through a pandemic and a lot of things shifted for a lot of people. And so we're in a very different place. And so I'm just wondering, how will we ensure that we're getting feedback from all of our stakeholders? Who exactly will we get feedback from? And how will we just make sure that we're getting a fresh, look at that, the input from our teachers?
Yeah, I can definitely, I think one of the things we learned when I look back at, so I wasn't here when the May 2019 survey went out, but I was here when the results of it were implemented. And one of the learnings that I think we've gained from that is the survey data that was provided in that was correlated to the outcomes that occurred from it, but it wasn't directly questioning and giving feedback on the actual practices themselves. And I think while it was incredibly useful and incredibly powerful to hear from the students and what they're experiencing, I think the opportunity we have now is to directly gain input from students, specifically students as well as others, teachers as well as potentially the parent side of it, around the current practices. So I think there's going to be much more direct alignment in terms of what we gain versus corollary data that I think can be helpful, but oftentimes can, I think, miss some of the actual comments and suggestions that people want to provide. I think we saw the same thing with Thought Exchange back in that era when we implemented that survey. While helpful, again, it wasn't directly targeting a specific item. So I think the more and more specific we can get with the survey, or I shouldn't say survey, the feedback process, whether it be focus groups, et cetera, student advisory council, whatever it may be, I think that will help us this sort of time around to make sure that, we really, as Dr. Campbell said, we really calibrate and really, improve on what's already there. With direct feedback. So that's kind of my thought in terms of guaranteeing that we get input. I think it's making sure that while other questions may be helpful and useful at this time, I think we need to really get perspective on the current practices and not just other sentiments and thoughts.
So to be more specifically.
That's my hope. That's what I see. I mean, I'm looking at some of the response rates from May of 2019 in front of me. And again, while helpful, they were very broad. It was very open-ended in terms of what was provided versus feedback on a specific practice or specific procedure. And I think that's our opportunity, at this point in time. And I think the positive that I share is that this is the work. We're really at a great spot that we're able to come back to looking at, assessment and grading practices versus the last several years that have been really clouded and unable to do that work. So I think it's exciting and a good spot to be in, but definitely an opportunity.
And then just one other thing that I would ask is just as we're doing this work and once we have the feedback and the data and decisions are made about how we might move forward or tweak things, just really communicating that and explaining all of that to our parents and students and community for understanding, I think would be, which I don't feel like we had a really good opportunity to do the first time around. And being able to ensure, consistency in the practices, I think is something that our community always finds very important. So thank you for doing the work.
Just one quick thing to add about the feedback. I think something that the team worked really hard on this year was creating a robust community engagement around principal hiring. And so that model of engaging students, staff, and families was really powerful to hear trends, right, when thinking about bringing in new leadership, but also a really great model to collect feedback. So the task force will include students, right? Students will be active members from the beginning about it. We also have senior checkout, I think 2 weeks from Friday, 2 days before students walk across that stage. And so we will be sharing with them that as you go on to college, we are looking for how York prepared you after that first semester, right? So getting in winter, what was your experience at York? Now that you've lived, 85% of our students tend to go to college. Obviously, that data gets delayed. But for that 85%, what worked, what didn't? And so hearing from kind of that post-secondary lens while also hearing from the students who are living it, families as well, and then also educators.
Great, thank you.
It's going to be a little meandering, but bear with me. First, can we back up a few slides? Just back up and I'll tell you when you get to the right one. It's toward the beginning of your presentation. Keep going. Oh dear. Maybe I just imagined it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. There we are, that one. Thank you. I'll get to that in a second. Now, can we just, I just want to do a learning check on my part. A summative assessment may not be synonymous with a final exam, but a final exam would be a subset of a summative assessment. Do I have that correct? Okay, all right. There we go. All right, now, I want to talk about that pendulum that you were talking about. So my older daughter graduated in New York in 2015, and of course the Board of Education was forever pressing the administration for increased academic rigor, which somehow got translated into final exams. She had a written final in gym class and every other class she took. Now, from a parent's perspective, I'd say that that pendulum was pinned at one side. And maybe that's not where the pendulum should be. Now, recently, and Dr. Campbell and I have had this discussion, I had the opportunity to talk to a group of York students, mainly juniors and seniors, that were terrified that they're moving on to college and they have never taken a final exam at York High School. And they feel completely unprepared to take a final exam in college because they've had zero practice. That's where this slide comes in. For our students to be better prepared for college, career, and life outside of the classroom. Those 85% of the kids, and I don't know if the kids that I talked to represented 100% of the York population. I don't know if 100% of the York population by senior year has not taken a final exam. I don't know if that's true. But the kids in this particular group, none of them had taken a final. So, I mean, that concerns me because we're not preparing them for college as well as we could. And is also my understanding from this presentation, we're going to spend the 23-24 school year studying our assessment and grading process, which I encourage. But that means we're going to leave one more class of kids that potentially have never taken a final exam, and 85% of those kids headed to college. I'm not sure we're serving our students the best we could. Is it possible to come up with a stopgap that the teachers agree with? I mean, I'm open to suggestions, but we have plenty of time to implement it because frankly, because we're only talking about one semester. I mean, I'm not supportive of second semester seniors taking final exams. They're done. And so, you know, we're really talking about, one, potentially for this next class of seniors that just taken one set of final exams. And when I say a set, I mean, is it possible to have the pendulum somewhere in the middle, like maybe math classes and science classes have finals? I mean, I don't think I don't think a whole lot of people would agree that we need a written final exam in gym class. Very possibly not in English class. There's another way, certainly other ways to assess student proficiency in those kind of classes. I mean, maybe social studies are somewhere in the middle. I know our kids taking AP classes are essentially taking a final from that AP test. But, for the kids that haven't taken an AP class, those are the kids I'm concerned about. So is that possible? And, that we can implement that for the first semester and, not call it done, but just call that an interim stopgap measure. So we provide our kids. I mean, frankly, when I was talking to this group of students at York, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, because what kid wants to take another test? But, they were seriously concerned that this was a gap in their experience set, and they were not being set up for success in college as well as we could possibly set them up. So that's my concern. I'm kind of throwing it out there. Is it possible to come up with some kind of a temporary measure for just next year, finals and maybe some classes, but I'm not supporting gym class for a final. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that because the handbook doesn't outline, right, we're talking super specific, super detailed level right now, and the handbook doesn't go into that detailed level, there is some flexibility about what procedures we use for first semester. It's May, right? So closing out this school year and then thinking about how are we utilizing June and July to begin these conversations, to start collecting data, right? And thinking about that, I think that leaves us some time to think creatively about what could first semester look like for, especially when we think by grade level, right? So I think there is an opportunity to think about what's the first semester experience for a senior, junior, sophomore, and freshman. Does that change based on kind of preliminary work, while also thinking about, okay, here's some quick wins, short-term solutions, and now maybe here's some potentially long-term solutions that we could come back when we get the opportunity to get college student feedback and everything. So I think there definitely is some flexibility because the handbook doesn't go into the level of detail to say this is the procedure that we're going to use for next year.
And even your words made me also think that we had a debate for a long time that some kids felt that finals, hurt their grade. And for a group of kids that largely have not taken a final in their life, to have that have an enormous effect on their grade maybe isn't fair, but maybe you can have a grading system where a final can help your grade, but can't hurt it. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there as an idea. And I'll leave it to you guys to figure out the details.
I appreciate that. We are 100% on it. I think there's also an opportunity to just continue to engage with colleges and universities to understand what the experience is when they get there, because we want to make sure that our students, understand what's ahead of them, for them to be able to speak to if they're prepared or not for that experience, I think is another important. I had an opportunity to talk with a extended family member that just completed his freshman year at a top 10 university, and knowing that this was a, budding conversation, I just asked him how many finals had he had in his first year. And the answer resoundingly was, I have none. I have, final papers. He said, and I said, if you have any advice for me, what would you tell me to make sure that? And he talked about this idea of being able to quickly, read a broad range of information, synthesize that, analyze that, and then to be able to create that perspective in writing or working collaboratively with others and peers that he saw that were not successful. Now, again, this is one particular student. So I'm really excited about the direction we're going to make sure that once our students graduate, for us to get information from their experience. So that does not mean that I am in any way not a proponent of making sure we assess our practices, but I think there's also an opportunity for us to continue to build strong partnerships with our colleges and the universities and really make sure that we work in partnership with them to know what their experience is so that we are aligning that and appropriately preparing them for that.
I was speaking from the perspective of a parent of a kid that's just finished her sophomore year of college. She doesn't have a final exam in every class, but she has at least 1 or 2 finals every semester. So, walking our kids into a situation where they have experience of how to study for a final, I think helps prepare them for college better.
Yeah, just building on what Jim's saying a little. I think, when I was at the PTA council meeting last week, and they were recapping the executive functioning workshops. And I guess I just want to kind of add another perspective that I think one piece, because I have 2 in college, and I agree, like they don't have a final in every class, but they do have finals or they have final projects. And I think part of the concern is executive functioning in final exam time. So when you just have your traditional high school schedule, which is what we are doing now, you kind of are used to that rhythm. But when you put in a final exam schedule and you have a different schedule and you have maybe an hour-and-a-half block of time that you come to school different than you normally do, and that's when you present or that's when you give your paper or take your exam, and it's a bigger project for a bigger chunk of time, I think you have to learn how to manage your time ahead of time, manage the environment, and prepare yourself for that experience. And so I think what's kind of happened, I feel like, is the conversation is about, it feels like a test, and I don't know that it's about a test as much as it's about the experience, a final, we'll call it a final exam experience for our kids that first semester, so that they understand what that's like to have your regular schedule. It changes. You go in and you have this chunk of time, you have math at 8 a.m. instead of 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and you have to learn how to adjust. And I think that's the part that I feel a lot of people that I've talked to, both some students and parents, they feel that their students have missed out on. And yes, I think it's good for kids to learn how to take a big test, because those happen, and ones that you don't get to retake, because that is also life. But I think the experience is as much a part of it as the conversation as the test or a paper or a project, because college is change. It does look a little different than probably how we all were. So I just think, and I agree with Jim, like, I'm sorry, I'm going to push that. I think there should be something done for next semester. I don't think that it should wait a full year. Next year, seniors, I think they should have the experience. And it doesn't maybe have to be the final exam, the final product, but something that gives them some of that experience. Because I don't think that, you've got to think of how much of their time was in COVID. So, they could benefit from some part of that. That's my opinion, and I appreciate that you're doing the work and you're looking at all the practices. I think, our grading practices, I think that's good to get consistency. I think there's a lot of lack of consistency. That's my perception from what I hear and what I've experienced as a parent. So I'm glad about that. And so the last thing I just wanted to highlight, kind of coming back to the actual handbook, is, we hear a lot that there's a policy in place that says no homework. And so I just want to point out, while we're talking about the handbook, that this does not say no homework. We did this last year, and it talks about homework at elementary, at middle school, and at high school, and what's acceptable and what that should look like. So if you're upset that your child's not getting homework, that's a conversation for you and the teacher, because there's no policy that says no homework. And so I just want to point that out, because I think somehow that messaging, I don't, it doesn't even really matter how it got out or how that's happened, but in the handbook, it talks about homework. Homework is acceptable. And okay, that was fantastic. Yeah, sorry. No, so that was really all. But I really, I'm glad we're looking at all this because I think it's just, COVID happened and there was some changes right before COVID, and it's a good time to come back to it. But I would like to see us maybe make some adjustments before the end of next year, if possible. So thank you. And the handbook looks great. Thank you.
Courtney? Courtney?
All right, so, so I guess, because we had this, see, I'm moving along. We had the same discussion last year when we talked about the handbook, about the assessments and the relearning and stuff like that. And so we're back here, and I'm trying to understand what you're going to learn now that you haven't learned in the last year when we asked you about this last year. So I'm just, if you can help me frame like why we don't have a clear vision on what it should look like after a year, and what it'll look, what information are you missing to try to judge if there should be a change in the policy?
So,
I can take it. Yeah. Specifically related to final exams, is that the question?
I think the relearning.
The relearning piece. We've relearned,
And final exam.
Yeah.
Give it all to me, Scott.
So when the relearning opportunities initially rolled out in 2019-20, they actually have changed. So if you remember, even in some of these board dialogues, when it initially rolled out.
But they haven't changed since last year.
Correct.
So that's what I'm trying to figure out, if this is what you're gonna relook at. What are you looking for to decide whether it stays the same moving forward? Or do we go back to there not being these relearning opportunities?
Well, I think it may not be go back to the past or maintain the present. There might be a different approach that we need to learn on. And I think one of the key pieces to figure out what's working from the current piece and what isn't. And I think we don't know that. We know we have some hypotheses of what that might be, but several of the students do benefit from some of the current practices, but it may not be as widespread as we want it to be.
So what are you going to do now to figure that out that you didn't do last year? I guess is what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I think a more structured feedback process is one of the key next steps. So we had informal opportunities for feedback. We always have those with some of the student pieces, but I think a more formalized process will help get to what you're asking for, which is some of that crisp data on what needs to change and what needs to continuously improve.
Yeah, I would just add that, we task our division chairs, really are the owners of how assessments, how grading practices are implemented across departments. And I think it's just worth saying, we brought in an entirely new division. There were new division chairs this year. And so I think this year was a lot of really building relationships and getting into classrooms and getting into those PLCs to understand what was actually occurring, and then that rolled up to conversations with the administration. That was the work that was this year. I think what we see is a need now to formalize in terms of this task force, the PLC, that's inclusive of expanding the voices and not it just staying at the administrative level, but also being inclusive of the teachers as well as the students. That part of it didn't happen this year. And that's what we feel is really is an exciting opportunity for us to move forward, so that we're not continuing to, try to make, assumptions or assertions about how this experience is impacting students specifically. And so I think that's really what is going to be, different. I know, it's called, change management. We want it to happen fast, but I think in some situations, we also want actual practice and behavior changes. And so as administration, we can make decisions and we can, but if we don't effectively engage in a change management process that is inclusive of the stakeholders that's closest to it, I think we'll still be frustrated because there will be, different experiences, and that will come out of those classrooms and across departments. So I think that would be one of the things I will highlight is what's going to be different.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the intentionality about making these changes and making sure that what's happening in our handbook is actually happening in our schools. What's reflected in the handbook is happening in our schools, because I don't think it is a lot of times, and that we can have that conversation offline. But if this is the policy, with new department chairs, I really want to encourage them to make sure that every student is experiencing these same opportunities. And I know it's not happening, and that's frustrating as a parent. So I really want to encourage that. One just kind of, why is the relearning opportunities at middle school, they get 2 only, but at high school they can do them all? How is that determination made separate?
They get 2 per semester
2 per semester.
at the high school.
No, not the.
I think, again, we're going back to identifying, I think that's what the team is asking, is to do some investigating to see what practices are happening to identify the actual student.
The manual that they're asking to approve says 2 at the middle school and all at the high school. So I'm just asking why.
See it as all.
Am I reading it wrong? All students at all levels have the opportunity to retake or redo all summative assessments.
Summative assessments.
Right. I'm on page 20, and then when you back up to the middle school, and I apologize if I'm interpreting this wrong, but at the middle school, it says all students at all opportunities have the opportunity to redo 2 summative assessments per semester. So I'm just trying to understand why. And if I'm reading it wrong, it's on me.
It might be something that requires some further investigation and understanding before an answer can be given, maybe, but something that we can rope back to through your process and definitely address in the winter update to the board. One more thing I'd like to add on this one is just around, and again, this is what I think I'm hearing. There's this moment of need to understand the magnitude of the end of semester experiences for all kids so that we can develop, or so that you all can develop measures that are ingrained in what's best for students while tying in not just what's best for them here in high school to be successful and support them in learning, but also tying in what they need to experience to be prepared for university or life after high school, right? So it's a very large undertaking, and I thank you for taking it. I think what I'm hearing, if I can summarize from board members, I don't want to speak for you, but it's that, the sense of urgency that if we're seeing through your feedback that you're receiving in this process with the task force, if you're seeing some of these ideas that we hear about, oh, we don't have an end of semester experience or whatever, actually be true, that we move with a sense of urgency potentially as early as first semester exams to implement needed change. But again, it just depends on what you find through your task force and in defining the size of the challenge or issue or topic at hand. So with that, we do need to move on. So if everyone has spoken, anybody else? Then I will ask for a motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve the updated student handbook for the 2023-24 school year as presented.
I second.
Motion by Mrs. Hostler, second by Mrs. Assef. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Just a very hesitant yes, because I do not feel like the handbook is reflecting accuracies. So I'm going to hold you to the fact that you will come back and reevaluate some of those things and trust that that will happen.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item B, Edward Elmhurst Contract Nursing Services. Dr. Campbell. Or is it Dr. Rubenstein? Sorry.
It's both of us. We're tag teaming really, really quickly. We are so excited. So I'm going to ramp up the energy in the room.
You are.
Given my mom's phone going off. And so, which took me down a little bit, but I'm coming back. We are so excited that for the opportunity, for several years, the school district has contracted with Edward Elmhurst Hospital for school nursing. And that contract is signed in the spring and last came before the board in May of 2022, and that contract is unique to District 205, with no other district in the area reporting a similar agreement. Due to a recent merger, there was just conversations as if this partnership was a part of their business model, but we have engaged, the district has engaged with Edward Elmhurst Hospital, and particularly the new president of Edward Elmhurst Hospital, to really make a commitment to the continued collaboration and partnership between the school district and the hospital. Dr. Rubenstein?
We are really excited to bring to you a contract this evening for nursing services for 1 year, with the ability to renew those services beyond that first year, with a pay raise for our nurses. It is actually about 3%, but what you see before you is a 4.58% increase in the contract due to the fact that we're adding back a nurse at field since we're reopening a building. So the overall cost of the contract increase is 4.58%, which is really comparing to some of the other contracts that have come before the board in the past is really quite outstanding. So we are excited to continue this partnership with Edward Elmhurst North Shore, and just want to thank all of our nurses for their hard work in our buildings on a day-to-day basis, and really thank Dr. Derry and Marcy Lafido for working so hard with us from Edward Elmhurst Hospital in making sure that this partnership continued.
Great, thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the contract with Edward Elmhurst Health for school nursing services for the fiscal year of 2024 in the amount of $1,778,238.22.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board? Jim?
Just want to say good work.
Yeah.
And thank you to Elmhurst Edward. It's a great partnership between our school district and our community hospital, and that's the way it should be.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item C, approval resolution of appointment to DuPage Area Occupational Education System Board of Directors. Dr. Campbell?
So we each year member districts of the DuPage Area Occupational Education System, known as DAOS, are asked to formally designate a representative for a staff member to serve on the board of directors. DAOS has been a longstanding partner of the district. It provides opportunity for students that are from York High School and D205 that are interested in various occupations and career paths. The Technology Center provides courses such as cosmetology, fire fighting, and also emergency medical technology and technician, nursing assistants. And so I am, the Technology Center of DuPage is located in Addison, and participating students travel from York High School during the afternoon to participate in the continued learning. And so this recommendation is to appoint Dr. Scott Grins to continue to serve as our district representative on the board.
Great. Can we get a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the resolution of appointment to DuPage Area Occupational Education System Board of Directors, which appoints Dr. Scott Grens to serve as its representative for the 23-24 school year.
I can second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board?
Just one thing.
Go ahead.
These are amazing opportunities for our students, so any way that we can communicate this out in multiple ways to our students and our parents. Sometimes I think when our students aren't thinking about these things, it might just kind of, go over their head without them stopping to take a good look at the details. So sending it out to our parents as well, I'm sure it comes out in some way, but just as many ways as we can to get the word out about these opportunities would be fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Beth. Anything else? Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Dr. Henry? Mr. Collins?
Yep.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item D, approval of resolution to transfer $4 million from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund. Mr. Welton?
We do capital maintenance projects every summer. This transfer is done each year. This transfer of $4 million from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund was approved in the 2022-23 budget. This list of projects for the summer of '23 was reviewed at the Finance and Operations Committee on November 3rd, and it includes projects such as paving, painting, flooring, furniture, and renovating the York North Learning Commons, and these projects will be paid for out of the Capital Projects Fund, so we need to transfer the $4 million from Operations and Maintenance to the Capital Projects Fund.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution to transfer money from the Operations and Maintenance Fund to the Capital Projects Fund in the amount of $4 million.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Assef. Are there any comments from the board? Hearing none, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item E is the approval of resolution to transfer $7 million from the Education Fund to the Operations and Maintenance Fund and then to the Capital Projects Fund. Mr. Welton, is there anything to add?
I talked about this earlier. This was budgeted, and I already went over it.
Yeah, okay. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of
less words, it's
Education
Mr. Welton.
approve the resolution directing the transfer of $7 million from the Educational Fund to the Operations and Maintenance Fund and then to the Capital Projects Fund as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Dr. Henry. Are there comments from the board? I'll ask just for the sake of asking. No? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mr. Collins? And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes. Jim was a yes, just for the record, his mic was off. 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. It's getting there, isn't it? Okay, item F, approve 2023-24 school calendar change. Dr. Campbell.
Ms. Leischel?
Sure, so I'll start and then I'll pass it off to Katie. So each year, York receives the football schedule for the following year. Next year's football schedule includes 4 home games, and so one of those games is always identified for homecoming, which includes, right, the football game, the dance, and then a week of celebrations and Spirit Week led by Student Council. Based on the 4 home games and the inability to change those games after collaborating with the West Suburban Conference, we're proposing, we want to avoid long weekends, so they really have a full week to celebrate, and so that as many people are around for also the game and the dance. So we are proposing the change to switch the middle school conferences and high school parent-teacher conferences weeks. So the high school conferences would go from October 19th and 20th to October 26th and 27th, and our middle school conferences would shift from the 26th and 27th to October 19th and 20th. This won't have any impact on ability to give feedback, but just shifts it 1 week in the opposite direction. Katie?
Yep, and then just briefly, our elementary school conferences, we are proposing a time shift from 10 a.m. till 6 p.m. on November, the Tuesday before our Thanksgiving holiday break. And so we would like to shift that to align with our middle school and high school times to 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. It does not impact the number of time slots for parents to choose from, but we did conduct a survey over in December of this year, of 2022. We had 173 elementary teachers fill out the survey, and more than half of our teachers indicated the preference for the time shift. Many of our families take an early vacation, much needed break, and so oftentimes we have families not opting into those evening time slots and want to get a head start on vacation, and also ask for either virtual conferences or alternate times that teachers can optionally provide. And so this will provide more time slots during times to support families in being able to attend those conferences during those set hours and align with our middle school and high school.
Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the date change in middle school and high school parent-teacher conferences as presented and approve the elementary parent-teacher conference time change as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Dr. Henry. Comments from the board? No? I just have one comment, just to see how this goes, if approved. Just this kind of wonder about working parents and the ability to have evening hours to contact their teachers, but really appreciate getting teacher feedback and enjoying the flexibility that teachers demonstrate when parents do ask for different times to accommodate their own personal work or life schedule. But maybe just an awareness if we do a run like this, just to see what the feedback might be like. We don't want to create barriers to accessing teachers and talking about our kids, right? Okay. So please call the vote.
Mrs. Hustler?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item G, adopt midterm appointment resolution, SASSA Governing Board. Dr. Campbell.
So earlier, March 21st, the board approved the SASSA Board of Control resolution amendments to the Articles of Joint Agreement, which changed the name from Board of Control to Board of Directors. And at that time, it was shared that the members of the Board of Directors must be the superintendent. And so at that time, you all resoundingly agreed for me to be the representative of the Board of Directors. Now we need to name an alternate. Last year, Beth Hostler, as Dr. Rubenstein pointed out, was actually the appointee for the Board of Control, and I was the alternate. So now we're going to switch places, and I will be the designee for the Board of Directors and asking that Beth Hostler serve as the alternate. Also, mid-year, is that Karen Stufen faithfully served as the district's representative for the SASSA Governing Board, which meets once a year, and that's a 2-year term appointment. So now that we have new board members elected, Karen Stufen is no longer seated on the board, so therefore this opens up the opportunity to have an appointment for the remainder of the 1 year. And so that also is an ask that the midterm resolution be named Beth Hostler as the appointed governing board representative.
Great, thank you. And thank you for being willing to do that, Beth. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the midterm appointment resolutions for SASSA Board of Directors and SASSA Governing Board as presented.
Second.
Thanks. Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Assaf. Are there comments from the board? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hustler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 7 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Superintendent Communications, we're almost there, friends. Item A, summer programming update.
Almost there. We just want to share that summer, we actually have a robust summer offerings. There are still seats available in various programs, so we're just encouraging our family and our community members to go online and to look at those opportunities and to take advantage of that. And we look forward to coming back at the end of the summer to report out. We've intentionally have targeted feedback we received last year is just to make sure that there are certain special invitations that are given to students based on data, and making sure that unfinished learning and setting them up for success for that next grade level occurs. So this year the team has worked in consult with teachers and administration to make sure there were also very intentional specific invitations given. So we're really, really pleased of that work that is happening in preparation for our summer programming.
Great, thank you. Item B, FOIA requests.
2 FOIA requests for curriculum correspondence granted, 3 FOIA requests for construction bid information, 1 granted, 2 not in possession, and 1 FOIA request for student information exempt from disclosure.
Thank you. Item C, social media highlights.
So before he hits play, I'll just point out a little bit. We added some of our school posts in our highlights this week because we didn't have that much time between the last meeting and this meeting, so we were adding some content. And thank you very much for your comments on the social media posts that are going on right now. One of the things I'd like to highlight on those is that we are inviting the community to log on to our website through our social media posts or just directly on the website to send a thank you note to our teachers throughout this week for Teacher Appreciation Week. So please take advantage of that.
Very nice. Thank you. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Thank you, very nice. Item 12, board communications, any reports or sharing of information from board members? I feel like I'm talking really fast. Thank you. Upcoming meetings, we have a special board meeting, a special Board of Education meeting at 5:30 PM on May 23rd, 2023 at District 205 Center, and a regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting taking place on June 13th, 2023 at 7 PM here at D205 Center. And with that, this meeting is adjourned at 11:15 PM. Thank you.